All right, so okay, so Max is just logging in.
Mhm.
How are you doing, Hannah?
I'm eating gluten-free Oreos. I mean, pretty good. I went over to visit Justin today, bought gluten-free Oreos, and all the tourists are driving fucking stupid.
Obvious, given the
This is true. No, that was about it. Oh, I bought orchid pots, but that's also a given. Orchid pots.
orchid pot.
You know how
I know
plant
orchid.
pots. Yeah, no. Like, you know how like ceramic plant pots are nice, like they're plant pot shaped? Orchid pots specifically have holes all the way down the side to let in more airflow for the roots. I will send a picture.
I got a job at the Calgary Horticultural Society, so I have to learn all this plant shit.
Hey, you can text me anytime. I've been working in an agricultural industry
But I feel
for
like
5 years, and
I
my
feel like
degree is
texting
in.
you. Hey, what's a perennial?
Well, that's fair. How about non? If you don't think it would make me facepalm, then sure.
Okay. Max, you up?
What's up?
Oh, you're okay. Your mic's good.
I need to turn off my end.
Just remember to lean in or turn up because
Sensitivity is always an issue.
Oh.
Let me know if you can hear my crunching.
no worries. So if
I hear your bowl, but not your crunching.
if everyone's good, start it.
I hear the sound echoes beneath, angels and skylines meet, and I'm straining to reach the light on the surface, light on the other side. I feel the pages turning, I see the candle burning down before my eyes, before my wild eyes. I feel you holding me tighter, I cannot see. When will we finally
Sleep time is focused on your REM sleep. And if you're cutting down on your sleep time throughout your week, there is literally no physical or chemical way you will ever make up the sleep debt.
Okay. There you go. Spoken by
So
someone.
you are still tired because you have a sleep debt that will take forever for you not to feel.
So I'm fucked.
You're in debt to your own brain.
So I'm fucked.
Yes.
So
I could tell
fucked.
you more and give you
Yes.
references and graphs and stuff, but Mom
I don't-
took my book.
Don't need references and graphs. How do I fix?
Get a regular sleep time. Same bedtime, same wake up time, at least 8 hours.
Cool.
Mhm.
I'm fucked.
Mhm.
I was literally about to say that. Like, so Adam's not. Adam's gonna be fucked the rest of his life. Hey, good to know.
Yeah.
Maybe not the rest of my life until I get a good job. Yeah, but
And sleep is huge. Like, it affects whether or not you get dementia and Alzheimer's and your stomach gut flora and your memory, your
Pretend that I understand
intelligence.
any of that.
basically, if you don't sleep properly, you're fucked.
Yeah.
I haven't fucked for a very long time then.
Yeah. You know how people are like, you can't outrun a bad diet, where like,
First
if
off,
you're
that
eating
is a
like
myth.
shit, you can't.
Definitely can.
Well, I'm just saying, like, as a term, people say that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, people say that you can't outrun a bad diet. Sure, you can absolutely exercise enough, you calorically burn enough. I get that, but the saying, well, sleep is worse than that. It's like, it's the, you could eat perfectly and exercise for an hour every day and get your weightlifting in and your cardio in, and if you don't sleep well, when you hit 70, you're probably going to get Alzheimer's and cancer and die early. Like,
Nice.
sleep is more important than literally anything for your body, and we're only kind of cracking the code on why we shut off for 8 hours.
Oh, good. So I
That's
am
only-
doing everything correctly.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't plan on living that long.
that all said, the last time, put it lightly, shit hit the fan. Apt way of putting. For the sake
Adam
of
went murder hobo.
well, there was that. Berlin definitely made some interesting choices in regard to how to deal with angry lumberjack.
Mm-hmm.
They have a new foreman. I appointed one.
Yes, you appointed one. I was hoping they would elect one of their own accord to kind of make themselves feel better. You just decide to
You're in charge
autocratically
now.
make that decision.
They can always change that decision. That's up to them now.
For the sake of brevity, unless you would like to narrate exactly what it is done, our journey back.
Oh hell no! I'm not about. There's gonna be some rest in that at the very least.
Well,
I
not
mean, I'm very well rested.
I mean,
Fuck.
I
we're
got
walking
to the
at them.
mansion
Yeah,
hours
we're
ago.
walking.
both are walking. Back to Clover. Actually,
Yes.
is where took the cart, and despite the fact that the lacking in invented hitching, were able to one of them. For the sake of just the entire time, can you make an
Yep.
back to the estate?
So I rolled a nat 1.
Oh,
Oof.
Start the day off well here, friends.
ring of great animal handling. IDC.
That sounds like karma for leaving our asses behind.
I wouldn't call it. However, if you could, on the
Yes.
D20, and then tell me if it's
Mm-hmm. It's an odd.
as your wayward pull of one of the reins, normally be using both horses, but instead is just one that you had little bit.
Mhm.
Causes Tulio to plot sharp and he rams
Miguel.
and
Miguel.
Miguel. Thank you. And he rams a little bit. Miguel catches.
Don't tell
And-
me you're killing the horses.
Jolt immediately.
Can I go after Miguel?
Would take you. Miguel is going to. Dash. A lot faster than. Probably take you about.
Hey, as long as I get him back, I'm good.
So, well, actually, no. Roll animal handling back under control. Bring him along with.
Give me 1 second. Sophie's moping that I didn't let her in the room before I closed the door.
Sophie.
Did you, Sophie?
I mean, she did wake me up at 4:45 this morning.
Well, that's your new
Sophie.
schedule, isn't it?
It is. We do wake up at 5 a.m. now, and she knows this. Okay, another animal handling. 19 total.
with some issue, but more or less practiced hand, you are able to get. Well, he doesn't slide in next to you. You are able to at least fashion a rope. Non-choking noose. Attach him to the car. Following behind. This does slow your pace, though, and the usual 1 to 2 does end up taking.
That's fine.
So at this point, you would be arriving. Hour or so. Arriving there at 11 or 12. The guards do recognize the carriage. A lot more recognizable. While they are a little bit confused why you only have.
Well, I mean, I
okay.
have both horses.
You do,
They're
but
just-
they're
They're just not how they should be.
yeah. It doesn't take a trained eye to understand that Tulio isn't properly hitched, and Miguel's just kind of following behind. So they're a little bit confused. Let you in. Oh, you got the job done. Okay.
I guess I'll, drive up to park it like we did last time.
The same. Is there. Catch a little bit of
16 total.
not 100%, but you're him maybe not smile, but at least show a favorable expression as he does see you start to ride up. A little bit confused by the horse situation, but for the most part, does his duty, waits, takes the reins, helps you down, and pausing with his hands clasped and head held. He is a little bit confused how to deal with your height, so he's mostly just looking at the very top of your head. Would the madam like both horses hitched upon return?
Yes, please. Sorry, I know this is
No.
strange and not optimal, but
all good.
things
100%
happen.
I will get that done.
Can I give him a silver, please?
Absolutely, just mark it off. As soon as you pull out the coin, his eyes brighten, and upon seeing the silver, his eyes go wide like saucer, and he just kind of takes it gingerly. They'll be in the best care.
Thank you. I'm sure they will.
Okay.
What was his name again? Arel. Thank you, Arel.
Bows deeply and takes the cart around back to the same place. Starts to unhitch Tulio and Miguel and make them comfortable.
Alright, I guess I will go up to the big doors then. And
Okay.
see if I can knock this time.
So again with the knocker, roll a dexterity, or what was it? It was a acrobatics check to see if you could reach, and then an
Yeah.
athletics check to see if well, actually, you know what? We'll just condense it. Roll an acrobatics check to see if you can kind of like kick off the door, grab it, and with the momentum kind of like pull it back and let it knock forward.
So I rolled a 2 and I have a +5, so 7.
Mm-hmm. Okay. More successful than last time.
Well, yeah.
You actually managed to
Two's better
get
than
your paws onto the knocker this time, and
Ooh.
you just pause for a second, like yes, shit, as you realize you're not gonna be able to just hanging off the knocker, be able to adequately get the force to bring it back and send it forward.
Can I dolphin flop while holding it to make noise?
Make an athletics check to see
It's
to hold on
very
and like.
dignified.
It's very dignified. Yes, you are peak noble right now, but
It's an 18 total.
okay, your dolphin is substantially better than your ability to parkour. So, yes, you make a shit ton of noise. Not exactly the knocker noise. There is a little bit of like as it's kind of like moving back and forth with you, but a substantial amount of noise nonetheless.
Good,
Uh,
good, good.
Do you drop down or do you just continue to do this?
Well, after I make noise, I'll drop down, but
Okay.
it would be funny if I continued on fluffing.
You know what? I figured I would check just to make sure.
Thank you for checking.
Okay. So in that case, fairly quickly
Like, can I
about
just say, you know how cats do the thing where they desperately want in the room, and the second they're in the room, they want out of the room?
yeah.
Yeah, I have a problem. I have to go let the cat
Just
out
leave
again.
the door open. That way Sophie can like neander in and get the 5 seconds of attention she wants, and then neander back out.
Okay, you want to know what? The door is not latched.
Yes, but
Uh-oh.
Sophie is.
Does she have a habit of like just barging in like she's?
It's a
Oh,
cat.
absolutely.
It's Sophie. Big
She
floofball of
shoulder
floofer.
checks the door. She's
Okay,
like,
that's what I'm asking.
but
Because there are
if she's
definitely
on,
dogs out there who bust down doors like they're a goddamn SWAT team.
she does on the side of the door where it swings in. But if she's on the side of the door where you have to pull it, she just stands there and looks helpless. Even if the door is open enough that she could get her paw in there and let herself out.
That's funny.
You need to like install like a her-sized handle where she can just kind of pull on it.
Like the little rope toys they put on fridges so you can train
Yeah,
your dog to
exactly.
get you a beer.
Exactly.
She has taken over Dad's racing seat.
All right, all good?
All good.
Okay. So, same. A 40-year-old butler, short parted hair, does answer. He's a little bit surprised to see you based on his the very quick facial expression. Yes, just alone.
I am sure my compatriots will join eventually after they have a long and thoughtful walk on the way over.
Very well. I believe your reward is with, if I've read the paper correct, Captain Alden.
Oh no, we're just here for a place to stay for now. We'll be getting in contact with someone. I'm just looking for a place to rest is all.
He glances about a little bit. We're not exactly a hotel, so to speak, or a tavern or anything like that.
Well, no, I absolutely understand that. It's just that we were hoping to get into contact with Lady Elysia, one of her associates in general. So I thought, two birds, one stone. Find a way to contact her.
You wish to be in
Mansion
contact with
Field.
a member of the Elige family other than Captain Alden?
Well, we'll try Captain Alden as well, but it's always good to have more friends.
I suppose. Is there business that you would like to attend to with the other Elige house, members of the Elige house?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Very well. Please step in. Opens the door a little bit further for you.
Okay, I will give him a little bow and then go in.
Okay.
And make sure to wipe my little paws on the mat.
There's not really a mat. It's more of an expansive, very expensive-looking rug.
Then I will not wipe my feet all over that.
Yeah, you don't need to roll a perception to know that it's. To be fair, everything in here looks relatively expensive. Even you, with your limited experience in the presence of nobles and other such high class society, one look around is enough to tell you, like, oh shit, there's some serious money in this place. Very nice polished
How I feel
stone.
when I go into a fancy restaurant.
The ceilings, you get the feeling that even if you were taller, they would still be vaulted and expansive upwards. It's luxurious in the essence. And as you step in, the butler closes the door. Just give me 1 second. I'll see if I can fetch Kriya for you.
Thank you.
He scurries off, hands clasped behind him. While you're waiting, because you will be waiting for about 15-20 minutes, Erland, Ardwin.
Hello.
How you doing?
You got a long walk, so is there anything that you're gonna do on that walk?
Erland, do you know any recipes for mouse shish kebabs?
I don't believe I've eaten mouse before.
Oh, interesting. This should be fun.
Oh, I see. You're mad. Right.
Did you just clue into that?
Just sheepishly looks around. Maybe.
Yeah. We'll hold on to the shish kebab pot, but I will want to have a word on that regard.
I may have to apologize, though I'd much rather keep this secret to the authorities and family.
Well,
Yes.
we'll see how long something like this stays ours.
Death is never looked upon with kindness. At least not in the stories.
Mm-hmm.
Ardwin, as you both are talking and walking down the trail, crystal clear, Tura's voice seems to materialize within your mind. You've had the pleasant experience of having whispers and other creatures touch your mind before. This is very much different in the sense that it is abrupt, and you can immediately identify that it is her. As quickly, hello, Ardwin. I figured you'd be the person that has experience with messengers. Quick add-on. I may or may not have found something. Not sure what you guys are up to right now, but in the past day there has been a interesting. Immediately cuts off there, and you're left a little bit confused until about 5 or 6 seconds later. Sorry, spell limitations. So we have some developments with House Vilmo. Please make your way back to the city when possible.
Hardwin, are you alright? You kind of blanked out there.
Oh, sure. I actually didn't hear what anyone just said for like the last 20 seconds.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out if it was just you guys not talking or if my shit just malfunctioned.
Okay, well,
Shit,
can
this
you hear us
malfunction.
now?
Okay, recap, please.
Okay, so Tura's voice appears in your head, and she said, did you get any of the message?
No.
Okay, so roughly what she says is, and it takes 2 instances of this. There's a, you get the feeling there's a set number of words that can be said, and she might not have constrained herself during the first one. Basically,
You
it
weren't getting
translates
enough bars.
roughly, yes. What she says translates roughly into, there's been a development with House Vilmo. Please return to the city when possible. Also,
Oh,
she's
boy.
not sure what you guys are up to. She's just requesting that.
All right, well, this should be fun. Okay. Well, we at least have to get someone on this negotiation before we even think of going back to the city. Otherwise, we're gonna leave possibly a very angry fucking tree spirit pissed at us.
Okay.
We have 2 days.
So, important fact. Erland, you heard none of the message from Tura.
Correct.
Ardwin, are you saying this, or are you, like, thinking this?
I'm going to think it and then relay it to Erland.
So you partway through, you do get a return from Tura's voice. I'm just making sure that I'm looking up the getting the correct. I'm pretty sure it's okay. 25 words. So your sentence was, we at least need to get someone on this negotiation thing. Otherwise, we will have angry tree spirits on us. So anything past that point was not sent. And so you get a message back from Tura going, angry tree spirits. I said make a little money and get known with the nobles. What in God's name are you working on?
It's a mess. Also, how the hell are you talking in my head?
Brief pause. Erlen, by the way, unless Ardwin is saying this stuff immediately after,
I'm just watching him.
you're
space
literally
out.
just watching him like space out and like kind of like talking in his head, almost like his eyes are like going up and down, and he's just kind of like maybe mouthing a word every once in a while, just like getting used to this method of communication. About 15-20 seconds later. Sending spell, this is the last one. For the love of God, please tell me you haven't started a fight with the nobles.
No, it probably was.
You really know how to make Tura, like, fucking worry right now. That's
She's gonna have a
great.
fucking brain aneurysm, man.
Yeah. We're gonna kill that poor woman.
Okay.
Look, it should be fine.
Okay. Normal messages come through, as she did state that this was the last one. So, well, there's only so many times that she can use that spell, so. Yeah. She also said that this was the last one, so Ardwin would understand he's probably not going to get anything else, which makes your statement all the funnier. So, while you guys are still meandering around talking to Tura, Erland, do you do anything while you're watching Ardwin basically talk to himself?
I'm just gonna wait for him and
Okay.
fucking observe that shit, and eventually, probably end up playing some music on the way.
Okay. Ardwin, do you inform Erland of...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling him that somehow Tura's talking to me in my head. This is what she said. This is what I said. And I'm not fully aware of what the hell is happening, but it's a thing.
Okay. Erland? Adam?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
No.
You didn't hear Max?
I missed it.
Okay.
Were
Max,
you not paying attention, or did you not hear it?
Missed it.
So did you hear it, Hannah?
I did hear it.
Oh, good.
Okay. Would you be able to repeat for Adam?
I'm saying that I am telling you that Tura is somehow talking inside my head. I'll relay to you what she said and my response to it, and that I'm not actually sure what the hell that was.
Well, it's obviously magic, but
Thank you.
yes, I know. She mentioned what? Sending?
Sending?
Mm-hmm.
Might be the name of the spell.
Oh,
I don't know. I'll have to look into this. It sounds interesting. However, for the actual context of the message, this is going to be an eventful couple of days, let's say.
yes, indeed.
Okay. So, it takes you guys, about 6 hours or so of travel time to make it back to the Liege. One of you or both of you roll survival, or one person with advantage to make sure that you don't get lost.
But didn't we come this way before?
Yes. But you were
Would I not remember the
you're
way?
reverse engineering a path that you've only ever seen once.
With a perfect memory?
Roll it with advantage.
I was about to say.
Roll it with, advantage, but it's still.
Yeah, it's still, you can't just straight up. Yeah, I'll take the advantage. Ardwin, it's on you.
What did you roll?
A 4 and a 1.
Oh,
Plus,
seriously?
yeah, plus
We're
whatever my
rolling
fucking.
great.
Hold on, where's my survival?
Oh, that's amazing.
So
I love it.
a 4. So the 4 technically would 6.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh boy. All right, so that's a 10 and a 17 plus 1 for survival.
Okay, that's a lot better. Strangely enough, Ardwin, you're the one that ends up leading most of the way. Erland oftentimes seems to start to be like, it's that way. I remember this this specific sign or this specific field of wheat, and you immediately have to kind of rein him back in. It's like, no, you see the big ass building over there? It's definitely this way. But you
Did I go senile? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know,
Drew.
man. The perfect memory is great. Keen mind's great and all, but that doesn't mean you're always smart.
How
Where's
about you
rolling up in front of our
remember
house?
everything
This is the
perfectly?
third car
and
that's
you
pulled up
don't-
and parked in front of our house in like the last less than 20 minutes.
Sure, it's fine, dude.
I'm sure it's fine. Bam, bam, bam.
It's just bloody weird. And they've all been white cars too.
Pedophiles.
Oh, well, if they're white cars, clearly we should go get shotguns and be prepared for a SWAT
If it's
entry.
black cars, you get the AR-15. If it's white cars, you get the shotty.
Yes, there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, Clover,
Yes.
it takes about 15 minutes, or you estimate that based upon your experience aimlessly watching things and being observant and a scout. But eventually, a tall human female does make her way out of the one of the rooms that the butler made his way into previously. You more hear her first, though. There's a very distinct clunking and clacking as she walks directly out onto the somewhat harder wood floor before making her way over to the very nice embroidered rug that you are currently standing on. She has her hair is kind of split. Half of it seems to be on the shorter side. The other half is parted all the way over, both with curls on the edges. Bright green eyes, red lipstick, very pale. Standing incredibly poised, clad in a green corset with a brown overcoat that flares out at the bottom. White, what seems to be pants, which is a bit strange, but it does make a little more sense when you do see the brown boots, more of a riding boot that you would identify based on your background in army, and the saber that she carries at her side. She is very much a noble, not just by look, but by stance and how prim and proper every single piece of clothing and every single hair seems to be perfectly melded and handled.
And what did the butler say her name was?
Krea. Krea.
All right, and looks like daughter of Lady Hollyshop.
Lady Holly Sharp, yeah. So she walks her way over, stopping directly an appropriate distance from you so that she doesn't either have to bend down and instead can just avert her gaze a little bit lower. Seems she's a little bit practiced in dealing with shorter statured individuals. Well, what do we have here?
I want to give a sort of like straight from the waist bow, and say, "Good afternoon. You are Krea. My name is
Krea
Clover."
Hollyshop Elige. I earned my name. Thank you.
Why
Do you
did the noble
prefer
become
for
fucking
your...
Swedish?
Don't worry about it.
Hey, they're not Scottish, so we're good.
Hey.
Miss Elige, do you prefer if I say your full name each time? Do you have a preferential title?
Lady Hollyshop II. But we will see how our interaction goes. Maybe you may call me Krea by the end of it. But what do you need?
Well, we were sent by Captain Alden to come and investigate what's going on with the logging operation you have here and to hopefully resolve things.
My brother
So-
knows exactly what is going on here. There's no investigation. There is just a deal with the nuisance, the pests.
Yes, me and my two compatriots who are taking a thoughtful walk on the way over went out to the encampment and had firsthand experience with the dryads that are definitely causing a nuisance at the least.
The pests,
And-
yes.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, there was a fire and a large fight, and at the end of it, we ended up speaking with the dryads, and they told us that they would be willing to entirely leave the woods alone on the other end of the city, and you could log whatever you wanted without any impediment.
What? Sorry. It is not that I do not understand what you are saying. It is simply that I find it hard to believe that the exterminators talked to the pests.
Well, they did try to kidnap me first a little bit.
Likely on account of your pardon, but
Physicality.
your
yeah.
physicality, yes.
People often mistake mouse folk for siding with the beastum because of appearances, even though that is not political truth. And I trust you know that. You seem like an incredibly educated and well, knowledgeable in what's going on in the world right now.
You could say that, yes. Being the second lady of the house, with my brother being the captain of the guard, and my mother being the de facto leader of the Marmouth City of Lamps, yes, I have my way, and I have a very high standing. That being said, the dryads do not talk. We have tried this in the past. There is a reason we are at war with the beastum. The coalition was built on these alliances. The Dryads sided with the Beastum. And you are saying that you openly talked with them.
Well, this is after we almost killed several of them. I don't exactly. I also. Don't
This sounds
quite
like a very
understand.
interesting story.
It was an interesting experience. And while I know,
I would be
of course,
much happier if we talked about this not in the front foyer. Please follow me.
lead wherever you would like.
There is a large. To give you a scope and scale, you would estimate that from the front door to the next nearest wall, it is about 40 to 50 meters. To give you
The
an
door
idea,
or the wall.
the wall.
Okay.
To give you an idea of just how immense this manor is.
It's a pretty big house.
It is massive. And due to your size, it feels even bigger. Kriya turns around very pointedly before marching her way forward. There is a somewhat engraved wooden door that sticks out a little bit from the wall at the very end. It's pointed directly towards the front entrance, and it's a little more noticeable because it does have this interesting curvature at the top, whereas all the other doors along the side are a little bit more squared and standard looking. These ones are, with the curved top, seen a little bit more ornate. And as she arrives at them, she immediately puts two hands on the side and pushes them open, and they, with a practiced flourish, they billow open very slowly in a what you assume is a purposeful, revealing sense. Walking forward, you're struck with a sense of familiarity. The area that you walk into has this same sort of feel to the Machi Records, in that it is a massive cylindrical area filled with bookshelves and knowledge as far as the eye can see. The difference being that while there are bookshelves on the side walls of this curved area, they don't take up the entire area. There are other doors, there are artifacts, there are statues, there are art pieces, there is everything that lines this massive cylindrical room that you're being led into. For the most part, though, you don't really notice that, because at the very center, there is a massive tree. And this tree pulses with what you can only describe as life. It has this faint aura around it, and the very veins of the bark and the materials that seem to make up the tree seems to almost emit this faint green glow. For the most part, this is what illuminates the most of the room. There are globules of light that pop off of each branch, illuminating specific areas. Underneath the tree, as the room is kind of sectioned into the outer ring, the inner ring, and then this tree, there are steps leading up to the tree from 3 or 4 different directions from what you can see. And in the secondary ring, there appears to be various desks. One that's basically dead center and is just an absolute gorgeous piece of woodworking. You get the sense that this is probably the main desk. Kriya pulls you off to the right-hand side, where there is a couple of less intricate desks, but nonetheless still impressive in their own rights, and she immediately leads you over to one of them and takes a practice seat in the velvet high chair that sits behind it. Her saber doesn't even graze the chair as she sits down. It seems almost to be a part of her ensemble that she's grown up with. She gestures to one of the other velvet seats, one of the smaller ones, waiting for you to make your way up into it. And once you're seated and comfortable, She snaps her finger, and all of the doors, if they were open, close shut, leaving you both in this well ambiently lit cylindrical room, and also completely alone. For everything that is in here, it is not silent, but the usual sounds that would accompany life and a living tree being in here, any sort of wind, any sort of rustling, anything, is strangely not present.
Like in an eerie way, or just kind of like in a it's quiet way?
Just in a more it's quiet way.
All right.
Somewhat unnatural, not unpleasantly or like eerily so, but just like it's one of those things where you're just kind of like, oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Mm.
It's something you would personally pick up on just because of your background, spending so much time in nature. Clasping her hands in front of her and leaning onto the desk, there is a quill and a ink stopper that she quickly opens and dabs a quill in. Some parchments already on the desk in preparation. So, pardon me for asking this, but I need to know if what you say is the truth. Do you submit to the common practice of casting the spell?
I'm unfamiliar with the practice, but I will take your word for it and go ahead.
No harm will come. It is simply to make sure that we see eye to eye on this. And she's going to go ahead and cast Zone of Truth.
Oh, fuck.
Huh.
So
Ah.
since you have agreed to it, you can choose to fail this charisma saving throw. You can roll it if you would like to resist it. The choice is purely up to her. Purely up to you.
Adam, there's a lot of gasping coming from your end, and I don't appreciate it.
I'm just here for the ride.
I can't say shit. I'm not there. I'm
Mhm.
just. Oh no.
Oh no.
But I don't think I'll resist it. Like,
Okay.
I came to tell the truth, so
This
I'm a BA blinking with
pulse
you.
of energy seems to emanate out from her. It passes through you completely harmlessly, and you do feel just at the edges of your mind this soft willingness to just answer all questions and everything truthfully. You're aware of this effect. You are aware that whatever she has cast will force you to tell the truth no matter what. You cannot lie whatsoever. You can try and avoid it. You can try and dance around it. But if she asks, just as an example, if she asks, like, what is your favorite color? You can't lie and say, oh, it's blue, if it's actually yellow.
Blue, no red.
There's no
Doesn't know.
consequences for that.
I don't know if I'm colorblind.
Wait, what?
Actually, I don't know if mice are colorblind. That was just
So,
You had me going there for a second.
Are mice colorblind?
not that I'm aware of.
Mice, like
This is the
most
Oracle
animals.
series thing.
Oh shit! Apparently they are.
they're limited in their color vision. Shit.
Oh my god, Hannah, you're colorblind.
Okay. That's good to know, actually.
Blue
I'll
file,
have
red
to,
phone,
I'll have to
blue file,
decide
red
if
phone.
mouse
I'm
folk.
coming, Shrek!
I'll have to decide if mouse folk suffer from the same. I feel like
Either
they
the-
wouldn't.
Either that or
because
Hannah
of
just
the-
decided for you.
Well, I wouldn't. I feel like they wouldn't just because of the way that they have evolved. Yeah, they were mammals, but I mean, evolution would state that with sentience, you probably would also.
Do we want to lure
Anyways.
this, or just have fun with it?
I
Anyways,
feel like
Hey,
you're
I
making
I'll
this
can
think-
shit
see
up,
in the
Drew.
dark, and mice are nocturnal, so like that already sets a precedent that it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
biologically
Exactly.
accurate to mice.
anyways,
So go ahead and I'd say Hannah, you choose. That's what I would say.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of colorblind they are.
while you are looking up that, Erland, Ardwin,
Yes.
Hello.
for the sake of just making sure, is there anything you would like to do for the next 2 or 3 hours?
Short rest.
Okay. Gonna increase the travel time to about 7 hours since you have to take an hour.
That's okay. I need fucking HP is what I fucking need.
Okay.
You okay with that, Ardwin?
Yeah, what the hell?
Okay.
Need a break from walking.
Okay. So, back in the zone of truth. Clover.
Can I update what were the Google questions here?
Sure.
I want to know. Yes.
So they're dichromatic instead of trichromatic like humans. Like humans have red, green, blue. And mice are a little bit more like dogs where they get that sort of yellow blue thing going on. So I think I'll go about it where they're not like totally colorblind, but like reds are duller, you know?
Okay.
Where it's like on the evolutionary path towards being trichromatic, but like just not as good at it.
Yeah. That'll work. That'll make sense for the most part.
Blue flower, red thorns, blue flower, red thorns.
No.
I'm coming, Trek.
Just
I'm old Greg.
no.
Oh, Greg!
So, anyways,
Yes.
I regret nothing.
anyways.
Drew, you bastard.
What?
That's where all my whiskey is gone, you motherfucker.
First off, that's where you put it. Anyways. So,
Ooh.
I didn't
Ooh.
hear the first off, though. Was there a point?
put that in there. Anyways.
Did I, or did you and Becca when you were always cleaning
No,
up?
you did. The last time we were up here, you did. Anyways. Clover,
I wish I had some tea to sip here.
if you would like, we're, an hour into this. If you want to
Oh
take
no,
a...
I just meant like Kermit the Frog while you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
Truth serum, go.
Truth Serum has been administered, or, the equivalent of Truth Serum. So, with
Got
that,
that drug jug.
yes, you do have that drug.
Do you have the what?
Don't worry about it. Just
Roll
I regret-
punches.
She,
I regret saying it.
as soon as she unclasps her hands, grabs the quill, dabs it, and starts at the top of the parchment. Now, the Dryads, you talk to them.
We did talk to them after a fight with 3 of them.
After a fight.
Yes.
You fought them, and then you talked with them.
Yes.
How?
Well, the Dryads had actually set fire to your logging camp, and we were fighting the 3 Dryads while the fire was burning in an attempt to violently resolve the situation, to be blunt, at that point. And whilst my 2 compatriots were attempting to save the lovely carriage we have from being consumed in the fire, the 3 Dryads began to put it out so that it would not spread further. At that point, one of the three had been grievously injured, and my companion, Erland, went up to them and he just started talking. When they didn't immediately attack him when he was talking to them, I went up and I joined him in an attempt to more peacefully resolve the fight without any of the logging people continuing to get hurt and the area burning any further. So it was surprising that they actually talked to us, and they were surprised we were talking to them. And yeah, it was spontaneous and overall unplanned.
Well, when commentators involved, these things can happen. That actually checks out a little more than, well, anything else. What did they want?
Well, the area that is currently being logged is a dense area for their home trees. They each have a specific tree that they are tied to, and the area you're currently logging
Oh,
is
right. Okay. Totally forgot. I meant to send you this.
You meant to send me some information.
I
You
did.
know
I
I'm
am
a
so sorry.
Are you though?
bad DM. Bad DM.
So this is, and I'm not sure
where
if
are
you would know
sending it?
all of this because some of this is hidden.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna send it to you. There. So, things that you would know. You would know that they act as protectors of the forest and the trees due to their deep personal connections. You would know that they common reports show them as beautiful men and women, usually made of seemingly soft wood.
I thought
but-
dryads were only female.
Wood.
And where did you read this?
It was
So not
like a
not in the information that is written about Manus and Silas.
not to this specific campaign, no, but to the overall how dryads be.
Everything's changed. So while it is good to
Okay.
have
They're not
a-
normal dryads, is what you're saying.
not in the same way. Dryads
Okay.
in other like Tamriel and the Wildmount and other places like that, they are fey spirits or fey entities that have been usually as punishment forced or linked to a tree, and that's basically how the dryads come into be. They're basically punished fey. While I am calling them dryads, I'm tempted to call a lot of these creatures something different, simply because they are different.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dryads did come about in a different way, as did majority of the creatures within this world. It's mostly all related to the impact and the time rifts that were there. Clover wouldn't really know this, as dryads have really only just appeared as protectors of the trees and forests. There are seemingly male and female dryads. That has been reported.
Man, I was looking forward to the lore reasons why there are only female dryads. That's one of my favorite parts.
Frankly, I didn't like that. The lore reason behind all female dryads is kind of dumb, I find. Especially
It's
with the...
basically Mass Effect Asari versions of they're just space lesbians.
No.
No, it's more to do with the way that they're created from the Fae and all of that stuff. It's a bit difficult to weave into this world.
Yeah.
and it doesn't really make sense. For the sake of it, though, there are, if you're interested in that specific lore, if we ever come to Tritons and Merfolk, we'll have a chat then. But
Okay.
things that Clover would know. You know that they are protectors of the forest and trees due to their deep personal connection. You know that there are male and female traditionally. There have been reports of dryads pretty much all over the known realm, although they do stick to specific heavily forested areas, usually because there are linked trees. Clover and the current working understanding is that dryads are linked to specific trees. So that is something that she would probably think. You feel free to read through all of the information provided. It's
Already
not
did.
pick and choose what Clover would know and what she wouldn't know. Things you wouldn't know. You would not know that they choose to to bind themselves to a single tree to increase their potential power. You wouldn't know about the acorn of far travel, and you likely wouldn't know that dryads, the civilization of dryads, is a little more complex than just we protect tree.
Yeah, that's fair. All fair things for me not to know.
Well, I mean, as far as we know right now,
They're
You cut.
You kind of cut out. I didn't get that.
I said, as far as we know right now, they're basically Loraxes.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
That
No,
is your perception of dryads at this point.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. It's only 4 centuries in. There's still a lot of stuff that's being figured out. So, yeah, just for the sake of that is what you know. Okay.
Okay.
So, with that in mind, where were we?
Yeah, we're.
You were mentioning. Okay, so you were mentioning the dryads are magically linked to one tree or so.
So the area you're currently logging and the area you have logged, they told us that you cut down some trees that their family was connected to, and they died. And of course, like, they were upset about that, and they were protecting the forested area that is further being logged. So it was a little bit of a combination of anger and vengeance and the whole forest protection thing. And so when we talked to them, they stated that the other side of the city that my group had earlier been in, and actually have recently eradicated all of the bandits from that area, conveniently enough. They don't actually have any hold there. So if you were to start logging in that area, there would be no resistance from the dryads.
That's so simple. If it was that simple, we would have already done that. I'm sure you have put that together.
Well, yeah, I'm of course not from this area, so I don't know why one area would be logged over another. My thought process was that there was many caravans disappearing from that area, so there was a high threat of, death by bandit. So you were logging in the area you currently are, and now there's death by dryad. But other than that, I have no.
It is not just that. Simply put, the land that we are logging, as I'm sure you have seen, has also been used for farmland. The city of Lamps has been expanding, and with expansion comes the need for more food. The soil underneath the Vale of Omens is not as fertile, not for planting crops. We have tried previously, but something in that area prevents them from taking hold in the same way that the land by the Dryad. It's likely linked. The Dryad's land is very fertile and produces ample crops. That being said, the other things that you might not be aware of, there could potentially be troop movements through the Dryad's forest that they wish to hide. Negotiations with previous leadership, my father, Ingor Alige, they did not go well. This was before the time of Coalition and Beastum. However, the Dryads have been a problem for longer than that. This is just the most recent incursion, so to speak. They constantly hit us from that side of the forest, mostly the logging camps and the farmland. Small little bits here and there, trying to just keep us from further going in there. So the negotiations have gone through completely fine previously. And both sides concluded that there was nothing that could be done. So I find it interesting that they would even propose this when merely a few decades ago they shut down the idea.
Well, perhaps they have lost enough of their family, they're beginning to get more desperate to save what is left of them. Of course, you could, send us and others back in to continue to fight them, but now that they've sided with the Beastum, wouldn't you then be incurring more wrath from others who are allied with them, rather than just negotiating a stalemate where both sides don't need to take any more loss?
She pauses for that. Go ahead, just roll. What's your charisma, actually? Just what's your straight charisma?
It's an 11.
Okay.
What, the roll or the charisma?
No, my straight number is an 11. I have a 0 plus on that.
Ah.
Roll a persuasion.
So fun.
Honestly, you're
Great.
cute. You should have a higher charisma. Fucking short-ass mouse folk.
I don't know how a 17 will do, but it was a 17.
That's a good roll.
Damn. Yeah.
Oh, no, don't add
okay.
anything. So what it is what it is.
Yeah, I do that with half of my shit, Hannah.
Okay. Well, she doesn't immediately agree. She does relent. The quill kind of gets plopped in there, and she does kind of lean back a little bit with her arms crossed. You are sellsword, or I assume that is why my brother has hired you. Why do you care about this potential negotiations? There is no reason for you to stick your nose, so to speak, in this business. So why?
Well, I'm actually not a sellsword, Lady Leash II. I guess you could. I'm not quite an ambassador. I've been sent by the Nosfolk people, to recover and investigate an incident that occurred with one of our warriors, and one of my compatriots is a sellsword, for sure, 100%. He's entirely in this for his own benefit, I assume. I'm really not sure what the other one is here for, but
You seem.
I mean, he's been helpful.
You seem contemplative.
Yeah. Well, not so much contemplative. I'm saying that if I were a sellsword, it would be odd for me to be putting in place negotiations and stuff, but I'm not a sellsword. I'm here to investigate further an incident that occurred within the city area and my people. And to be frank, things like this where the noble families are being attacked sort of makes it harder for me to understand what happened and makes my investigation harder. So rather than having the nobles send us out and just kill a bunch of things and then it could escalate further and then there's more attacks going on and that would just muddy the waters and make it harder for me to help my own clan and my own people get to the bottom of why I was actually sent here. So I'm really just trying to get everything to a point of balance where greater clarity can be achieved. If that makes sense, your ladyship.
It does. It does. Well, you make interesting points at the very least. And while you lack the, how to say, formalities that come with noble, you speak from the heart. Not once have I felt my incantation take hold. You have been honest, and for that I appreciate it. You have earned, at the very least, well, I'll have to see if she has the time to hear this interesting tale and, well, idea. Leeth? Door that you had entered in immediately cracks open. Nary a sound. It's really just the movement that catches your eye. Yes, Kriya? What would you have me do? Yes, contact Mother. Tell her that a proposal has come through for a potential more permanent solution to our Dryad issue. If you would please. Yes, right away. Door immediately closes behind him. She will take a few minutes to respond, and I doubt she will be here for quite some time. Tell me, in your travels, have you had much rest or food?
Well, we've had, whatever food is given or managed or gathered at the time. I am a little hungry considering, well, we've been fighting Dryad since before dawn and then I came here. So any food would be greatly appreciated.
Well, there's a good thing that lunch is being prepared then.
And also, can I say I love your library?
Many people do. I do appreciate it though. This is my favorite room in the entire manor. Without fail. It's quite a
Any
sight.
mouse folk you were to bring in here. Like if I were to bring
Oh,
Papiria,
they
my
have.
sister
They
in here,
have.
oh,
You have a
would
sister?
talk your ear off. Yes. Her name is Papiria. She works in our records, so books are kind of her thing.
Well, I shan't promise anything just yet, but you make for an interesting potential ally, so we will see. Come, food first, and potentially your compatriots will have caught up by the time this is concluded. With that, she stands with a practiced flourish, her brown overcoat flaring out at the bottom as she leads you out the door and further into the manor. For the sake of not taking several hours to get through what is equivalent of 6 hours of travel, and due to the fact that Lady Holly Sharp, from the time of communication, likely wouldn't actually be able to get away from her duties until probably around 6 or so, and being on the fact that you arrived there at around 12, which puts 3 hours of travel there. Erland and Ardwin, you would have arrived roughly, well, Erland, you know that you arrive exactly at 3:44 in the afternoon.
In time for dinner.
Yeah. walking up to the gate, the guards kind of glance you over. Seem a little bit familiar. Where have I seen you before?
Yesterday.
There's a lot of people that come through here.
Came here on a mission from your lady's son.
Oh right, you were with Mousefolk. She's already up there. What was your hours behind her? What took you so long?
We
We had to
walked.
deal with some additional problems.
You walked. Oh well. Seems the little mouse has some sprite to her, right? Couple of strapping gentlemen like you. I thought you would have been all over that, but I see not. Very
I'd
well.
love to come back and talk with you, gentlemen, but right now I prefer to have some water and a place to sit, if all else being equal.
Very well, very well. Well, she hasn't come out just yet, so we'll make your way up.
Thank you.
Evening.
Evening. Gate opens. It takes you another, 15 minutes or so. Actually, it's a mile and a half. So, yeah, I guess about 15 minutes is probably right. To make your way up to the
What, a
estate.
15-minute mile?
I mean, are you sprinting or are you walking?
I don't understand. I
Adam,
wouldn't
a
know.
7-minute mile is a standard runtime.
This is a
for,
rather
like,
large
Oh,
gate of
okay.
estate. Jesus
Thank you,
Christ.
Hannah.
That's like running.
That's like running. Like to put
Yeah,
it,
like-
yeah.
So 15 minutes makes more.
Yeah,
15, 20
it's-
minutes.
You're going a
something like that.
third of your running
It's
speed,
very
which is a
reasonable.
fairly considerable speed to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
To
like
be
I
honest,
just
it
didn't
would probably-
understand how far long it takes to go a mile.
To be honest,
so.
it would probably, if you're just walking, it would probably take you closer to 25
like
minutes.
25. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming you're going at least a reasonable pace, maybe not
Speed
running,
walking.
but like speed
No.
walking.
No, I'm fucking tired. I ain't speed walking shit.
Okay, then 20 minutes it is. Anyways, so takes you about 20 minutes. None of the servants, despite the fact that you were walking, which, by the way, Ardwin, you understand. You've been around nobility enough to understand this would be weird. Two individuals that are, one maybe noble, one maybe not, walking up to the estate.
Covered in smoke and blood. Don't forget that. part.
Covered in smoke and blood. You're not a normal sight. And despite this, none of the servants still look up.
They have good discipline, it seems.
I think it's fucking weird.
No shit, they just have. It doesn't change the fact that they seem to have very good discipline from their masters.
Is it discipline though, or I don't. I don't like it. I want a bath.
Discipline, fear, and sobriety, whatever the hell you want to call it.
I need a bath.
You need many things, fucking elf.
I'm not an elf. What?
Why do you dress up like an elf?
Because they won't let me out of the city. Because I'm not from the city.
Whatever.
I don't got papers or anything like that. Can we talk
What
about
would
this?
be this world's
uh,
equivalent of a gypsy?
Sorry, which?
What would be this world's equivalent of a gypsy?
An entertainer.
Oh, okay. Well, I was really hoping for some vague
Fucking
definition
cheers
of
there,
that.
mate. Hello. That's me.
Okay, so
Yeah,
there
right.
are like what you would classify as gypsy caravans and things like that. But for the most part, normally they are in the entertainment business. Typically,
Same with actual gypsies.
same with actual gypsies. Yeah.
I think
Well, Erlin's
the
troop. You,
technical term is a Romani, actually.
Yeah,
yeah.
it is.
Yes,
Um,
but I was looking for something mildly, vaguely, ethnically insulting for my own character's
you was
use. Hence
trying
why
to
I
be
was using gypsy in the
racist.
first place.
Yeah, basically. Which is okay.
Yeah.
Because
I
this
mean,
is
it's
D&D.
the
main character,
Dalkins
yeah.
are stuck-up assholes, so like it is
Oh.
100%.
Out of context for a second there. Well, out of above table. did you see there's a petition to remove the term and concept of race from D&D?
I saw that. I
But
don't.
how?
I fucking
My
hate
head
it.
just hit the table.
Yep. Yep. And you know why I think that is absolutely fucking retarded, other than the fact that it's PC bullshit?
Because it flies in the face of.
They
Imperial-
are different races.
or specifically.
Well, okay, so
species.
no,
Yeah.
what they were trying to erase. I read this. I read this article. And while I'm
I
not
thought it was just the
disagreeing,
connotation between certain
correct.
races
Yeah.
and stereotypes, and then them being bad.
That is what
I thought
they
that
are.
was it.
But
Yeah.
that's a fantasy fucking thing.
But
But
like,
here's the
Orc
thing.
is generally
so,
a bad guy.
So what
We
they are
make our own
based.
fucking tales.
Yeah, no, exactly. So here's the big thing for me. I think it's just pointless because like every single person that I know has made their own homebrew variants, and
Yeah.
so it's like, it's just kind of like, okay,
It's like, shut the fuck up, you fucking PC bitches.
well,
Yeah.
okay,
It's fucking pointless.
Here's the thing.
Like,
think
for
it's
example,
probably-
People have
for fucking
perception. This
example,
is based in in medieval fantasy, which itself is based in medieval history, and people very much perceive people in those categories. So
And we're back. So, it's probably night. Well, no, it's 3:40.
It's
3:44
4:05.
plus
Evening.
20 puts it at 3:54 and 36 seconds. Erlin Nardwin. You arrive at the front of the Elysia estate. Sweaty, dirty, very dehydrated, but alive. What do you do?
I don't know if I'm. Do I have a water skin?
You should.
Rations, torch, sand.
Let me
No,
put it
I
this
don't.
way.
I'll buy one
Unless
later.
you grabbed your pack from the back of the cart where you were likely storing it.
Oh yeah, you have all our shit.
I regret
God
nothing.
damn it, Clover.
So,
I'm having a great time.
what do you guys do?
Well, I intend to walk up to the door.
Does
And
he have to
hopefully
roll the knock?
No, because
fuck
they're not
yourself.
2.5 feet tall.
I'm going to ask one of the servants in the yard for just a pail of water so I can both drink a little bit and wash my face off.
Okay. Fairly easily done. They do avert their gaze, but the moment you walk over, they stand very politely, hands clasped behind their back. You're just requesting a pail of water?
Could you get me and my friend just a pail of water, please?
Oh, I'm your friend now. Oh, lovely.
Don't test your luck.
Come now, friend.
Very quickly, she makes her way away from the weeding task that she was working on, walks around to a well area, pulls up a bucket of water, brings it over to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Nods and immediately turns around to go back to
Good
work.
moment eating chips.
All good?
I would start just quickly watching off what I can. Just
Just because.
to refresh.
And just to see how much, roll a d20.
Actually, no, it's gonna be mostly. I'm gonna wash off just my face, just because it feels good. I'm gonna take a little drink, and I'm also gonna cast Prestidigitation to clean the rest.
Much better. Okay. No roll required. As you cast the spell, Ardwin, you see all of the clothing and all of the grime and soot and everything that had occurred on Erlin's clothing just kind of it's almost like a dust. It just kind of vaporizes and just falls away, leaving behind non-wrinkled, very clean clothing. His hair is still a fucking mess, and you can see the residue of water from where he was washing his face and everything. But his clothing and everything, pristine.
Also, I would like to take a look at my clothes from what I can see for any wear or damage. So anything broken.
Other than the burnt patches.
I'll cast Mending.
Does mending work on burnt areas? I assume it does.
Repair a single broken object, no larger than 1 cubic foot. Cannot restore magic to a broken object.
Yeah, this is pretty simple. I would say it probably falls within the confines. You're not wearing magical clothing either, so yeah, relatively easily. You just kind of hand over each one, and it just kind of mends it away. Some of the charcoal burnt bits do kind of like flake off, and you have to kind of brush it a little bit to reveal the freshly mended area. But yeah, easily done. Your clothing is in fairly good condition. Still worn. Like, don't get me wrong, mending and prestidigitation can only do so much.
Yeah.
It's still worn down, but it's in good condition, and it doesn't look like you had just rolled down a hill covered in fire. Your hair, on the other hand, totally
corpses.
does. But
Don't forget the corpses.
There's no corpses with us.
Arduin,
Yes.
you see Erland go through this, maybe not transformation process, but close enough.
I'm just looking at him like, what? What are you up to?
One must look pretty when seeing a lord or lady. Magic is so useful, is it not?
If you don't remember, there hasn't been anyone home in a week, so we're likely being treated to the butler in an empty house.
Never hurts to be prepared. Besides, one should always look their best.
Yes, well, your line of work, I can't say I blame you.
Arduin,
Yes.
go ahead and roll a d20 just to see how much of the everything you can clean off. Erland, are you helping out Arduin in any way,
15.
or are you just tricks are my own?
I'm gonna let him struggle a little bit and just kind of watch expectantly.
15.
He doesn't do too badly. His clothing is definitely nowhere near the cleanliness that you have achieved, but he does a much better job of rinsing off his face, kind of getting his. Are you bald, or do you have a bit of hair?
I think I'm bald.
Okay. He gets his.
I was under the impression that like Vidalkin in general are kind of bald, except for a bit of facial hair.
Yeah, that is exactly how it is.
That's how it is now.
No, that is correct. I was just curious if you had written something differently. So perfect. You see him kind of groom the little bit of facial hair that he has, kind of get it straightened out. It is fairly practiced. This is something you kind of wager he's done at least a few times in the field.
You missed a spot.
Yeah.
Just and I'll-
Motions to general all of
just
them.
like there and there and there. Oh, for fuck! Just, do you want help?
Sure.
And I just kind of wave my hand and cast prestidigitation again
Okay.
for the cleaning.
Arduin, you're
Okay.
same kind of thing.
Examine it.
All
Oh,
of the dust
you.
and everything just falls down. You're left with relatively clean. Strangely enough, you do still feel the scarring and kind of the areas where it might have stretched out a little bit. The overall wear of the clothing hasn't changed, and you're
Oh, yeah,
fairly
because I
certain that
can't-
the smell
That's not repairing.
that you probably shouldn't you probably don't smell like roses, but you don't smell like corpses either, so it's kind of like, okay, I can work with this. Better than in the field.
All right. Thank you.
So you guys are cleaned up.
Yes, indeed.
I assume you're gonna make your way up to the door.
I would like to. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
And while we're walking towards the, yeah, well, we're making up our way. Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. For a second there, I thought I had muted myself by accident.
Nope. Just
I
wait.
turned my turn my side tone off, which is freaking me out a little.
No worries.
Yeah,
But
look,
after school, I can't. It's honestly weird to talk on a microphone and not hear side tone.
yeah, it really is. Anyway, on our way up, I'd like to say just kind of like, oh, and I'm rather done for today. You handle the talking. It would be
Alright.
lovely, thank you.
All right, let's go up and knock on the door.
Okay. Make your way up. You're used to this. You've used the handle a few times. Well, it does take a bit of strain. You have a slightly more upper body strength than your other two companions, and so with minimal effort, you're able to just straight onto the door. Usual 5-10 seconds passes, and the door opens, and you're greeted with the sight of a familiar butler.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, you are, I assume, Clover's companions.
Oh, she's made it already. That's good to hear.
Well, yes, you would have seen the card right up. Yes, Kriya and her finished lunch a couple of hours ago. They're currently conversing in the atrium area. Shall I bring you to them?
Oh, your mistress is here.
Kriya.
I'd like a bath at some points. That'd be
Yeah, I'm sure we can get that settled once we're in the house.
Well, this is the Elegist. You should converse with Kriya and work about how you'll be staying first.
Yes. May we see her, please?
Absolutely. Just follow me. And he opens the door a little bit, allows you through. You gotten the sense that this was a nice place when you first arrived here, and your suspicions are only more so confirmed. Both of you roll a perception check.
Where is my d20? That's not good for my perception.
hold on. What's it say?
All right.
16. I think my perception's at 2. 18 total.
Oh shit, I'll take that. 14 with the modifier, 17.
Okay. Both of you notice as you enter there is a servant who is diligently working with a brush to remove all traces of anything from the gorgeous embroidered rug that you have currently stepped onto. And the moment that you take a single step forward, you are instantly awash with the "thank God we used prestidigitation." Because this rug is probably worth more than your lives.
Okay.
Vaulted ceilings, as well as smooth marble pillars, cover most of the walls and intersect persons with doors in between generally each area. It's about a 40 or 50 meter distance between you and the next wall. The rest of the area is this massive open expanse of space that seems to extend all the way out to the far edges, where you assume they kind of have a turn to go into the other wings of the house. Tons of pleasantry areas, as well as sitting areas and various ornaments, artifacts, etc., litter the overall area. And you're just Erland more than Ardwin. Ardwin, this is more or less standard affair for one of the upper noble houses. You've been in houses of similar ostentatious levels before, so it doesn't quite hit you in the same way. Erland, being that this is not only the first major noble house that you've ever been in, but likely the nicest house that you've ever been in, period, it's kind of that sense of dread that you get when you enter into the first day of work. That kind of like, okay, Can I touch anything? What do I touch? Is it okay to? Should I even be stepping? Am I stepping on the right place? Do I take off my boot? What?
It's like shit just got real.
Yeah. And Ardwin, because you
Mhm.
had a pretty fucking high perception check, you do see this. It's not an open expression, but you do see that kind of flash of just like discomfort mixed with like worry and uncertainty just kind of flash across Erlin's face.
I'm going to turn around, grab, just kind of put my hand on his shoulder and just be like, relax. Just pretend it's another high-paying, high-end client. Just be calm.
You're talking to him like he's a hooker.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha
He
ha.
is an entertainer.
I had
You're
to
not
take-
making it better.
All right.
let's-
The butler, if he did hear you or understand, doesn't make any reaction and continues to walk at a somewhat slower pace forward, waiting for the two of
Breath
you to
in.
catch up.
Deep breath out.
The door automatically, smoothly and silently closes behind you. The servant doesn't even look up, just immediately starts to work away at the places where you step as you make your way down the rug and then eventually onto the somewhat wooden, nice lacquered wooden floor that makes up the rest of the inner kind of circled air, or the inner kind of area of the space. The butler leads you forward towards a very interesting door. It does have this sort of curved top. Both of you don't recognize the make or who would have made it or anything like that. You do recognize that it is very clearly supposed to be different from the rest of the doors along the entire corridor. As the round edge does make round top as well as the size does make it substantially different from the other more squared frames. The butler.
Before we go in there, do I remember Erlin's last name?
I assume
I don't
so.
think we know it.
Erlin's last name?
That
Oh
is
no!
up to
Wait,
the
no,
player.
no.
I asked this because I don't see his last name on Facebook chat or anything. You're just Erland.
If you remember it,
Oh,
then I
there
will
it
have told it. If not,
But Bahir, Bahar, Bahar.
I thought it was
did you find it?
Almas.
Bahir? There we go.
I thought it was Almas. Erland Almas. Wasn't that what you introduced yourself as?
I honestly don't remember at this point what I introduced myself as.
Let's see if I've got it in my notes. Nope, just Erland.
Hannah was Clover was looking for a Bahir.
Was
I
it?
am 99% positive that,
You found some notes on one.
yeah, I have it written down here. That
Oh,
you
okay.
introduced yourself as Erland Almas of the, Erland of the, the Almas entertaining troupe.
Bahir is one of the noble houses of the city. That was the one that was all
And all of a sudden, the
military.
name
and then...
changes.
I just didn't want to have it.
Hmm.
Anyways, no, I have it written down that Erland introduced himself as Erland of the entertainment troupe Almas. So that is what you would know. Hardwin?
Okay.
So, the door opens. Butler stepping in. Apologies, Ria. It appears that Clover's companions have arrived. You hear, very well, send them in.
I assume we
But-
step in.
The butler steps off to the side and very stout bow, along with a hand basically gesturing. You may enter.
I'm going, as soon as we walk in, I will kind of slightly snap to kind of a less rigid attention and then make a small kind of bow. And Lady Kriya, my name is companion Erland Olmos. We are friends and companions of Clover's.
Two things happen. One, you do stutter a little bit. Walking into this room, it is a bit different. Mostly, you have never... Actually, you have. You have seen the glass bulbous dome that encompasses the majority of the upper echelon of the room. You have seen this kind of design before. It's Vidalcan. You recognize it from your cities. And while it does cause a small pause from just glancing up and kind of having that recognition, the overall presentation is more or less the same. Kriya, sitting at her desk with Clover, glances over at you. Wanazia. Visiva? She speaks perfect Vidalcan to you. Basically saying, hello. Welcome. What can I do for you?
I
Well,
just
if
stand
it's-
there.
If it's not too much trouble, we could use some water and place to clean ourselves up. We've had a bit of a trying day.
So Clover has been telling me. That is something that can be provided. Provided, of course, your stories match up with hers.
Our stories match up with hers.
Do not think me for a second to be one of the simpletons. I am well aware that there are several sides to the same story. She tells me that you, Erland, I assume, were the one to converse with the Dryads. I'm very curious as to why you chose to do this as opposed to eradicate them. And you, Arwen, I am very surprised that a man of military did not immediately take the chance to eradicate the enemy that was put before them, especially after being attacked. There are many inconsistencies of this story I wish to have properly taken care of before the arrival of my mother.
I'm going to reach into my coat pocket and pull out the letter. Not unfold it, but just kind of like grasp it in my fingers and kind of just hold it out to her. Nowhere in the orders from your brother were the word eradicate ever mentioned.
She holds out her
Only
hand.
to
She holds it.
deal with.
Sorry, Erland?
The,
No, Erland was saying something true.
Yeah, he said only to deal with them. The common military term does say deals. That is very well liberal.
Do I look
interpretation.
very military?
No, that is why I am understanding that you have taken a very liberal approach to this. Very well. Come here.
I read just as well as you do, and I know that different words have different meanings.
Yes, yes. Please come take a seat.
Ooh, yeah, how comfy does this chair look?
Incredibly comfortable.
I want to melt into the chair.
And I'm going to sit
Roll
very
for it,
kind of
no.
properly.
Okay. She kind of glances at you, Erland. Kind of squints.
I'm just going to be like,
Erland
this
Olmos,
one's
correct?
had a trying day.
Erland of Olmos.
Of Olmos. I assume that is your family or something similar?
We are entertainers. Of
Ah,
entertainers.
The entertainment group that is currently outside the city.
Precisely. You know of us. How
You don't
lovely.
miss anything, do you?
Being the second, it is prominent or prevalent to maintain information. You may address me as Lady Hollysharp Elige the second.
Sorry, you said Holly Sharp, yes?
Yes, that is my middle name. It is my
Oh,
mother's
sorry.
first.
Sorry, Drew. It was just Discord. That's all.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Hence why I dropped the accent.
Now, Clover here has been very, very helpful in filling in the basics of the story. And while this is a good starting point, and she has proven to be a honest and open individual who does not hide behind the guise of, shall we say, niceties, I'd request that the both of you submit to what is about to happen. If you do not, well, it will
Could
only
you please
hurt.
be more specific when you say submit to what is about to happen?
It is very simple. I wish to know the truth, and there is a very simple way for me to get the truth. I will cast an incantation. It will allow me to know whether or not you have spoken the truth. You will not be able to lie while this is happening.
And I'm going to let out a tiny bit of a just sigh of relief.
Lovely.
Very well.
Sha, yes?
Because, well, let's just say in my line of work, when someone says a very simple way of knowing the truth, it generally doesn't involve a very simple piece of magic.
Ooh, that's okay. She doesn't pick up on it and kind of gives you an interesting look.
I don't pick up on it either.
Does Clover?
Clover would understand immediately, being
Mhm.
both military.
You mentioned earlier your
Yeah.
line of work.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Clover, a very similar wave of energy kind of passes over the area. She reaches for her quill, pulls out the same piece of parchment, continues down. Now, very simply, I have several questions, mostly pertaining to you, Erland. First and
Oh.
foremost, yes, first and foremost, why? This is an interesting one. You are human.
This is true, yes.
Yet you are with a traveling entertainment troupe.
Born and raised.
You were born in the troupe. Tell me, who were your mother and father?
I relay their names. First names.
Tia and Edvith. Okay. Interesting. You do not know the last name, or did they take on the last name Olmas?
Do I know this?
This is one of the things you had to decide previously. If you had
Commoners might not have had a, especially somewhat low-bone commoners might not have had a last name, period. It's like Da Vinci, that just means from Vinci, right?
Yeah, no,
I think they took on the last name Olmos. Yes. They took on the last name Olmos. Or rather, of Olmos, as we say.
Now I have to ask you, is that the truth?
That is the truth.
Okay, so that is how you've decided. Okay.
I'm also going to type you one thing real quick.
Okay. I'll wait.
messenger on it.
Okay. Interesting.
There we go.
Interesting. Tell me, are you aware that it is very uncommon for humans to live outside of the city?
Quite. I've traveled very far indeed. Not many of us around.
No, there's a reason for that. I assume that means that you do not have the papers, you have not lived in the City of Lamps or anything of the sort.
I have never lived in the City of Lamps.
Very interesting. But that is a discussion for a different time. But now, being that my mother is on the way, I would like to know why you did not attack the Dryads, despite the fact it seems that, from Clover's account, you took quite the beating.
I could handle a beating. However, my reasoning is quite simple. Violence is temporary, whereas deals are more binding.
If anyone notices, I'm going to slightly kind of smirk to myself in the background.
She glances directly at you as you do so. That is the second time someone has made that expression or something similar when Erland's name is brought up in that regard. I am very curious why it is that Erland's name keeps coming up with violence and other such topics.
You're saying the wrong name. Erland? Arden?
Or sorry,
What are
no,
you-
Erland.
Really?
Because it was brought up with you when you were talking to her earlier, and now Ardwin has smirked in regards to Erland.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get it.
My suspicion is the way that I have dealt with the bandits in their meeting.
Oh,
Well, in their company.
the bandits.
Though I may look an unassuming entertainer to you, I am a practitioner of powerful arts.
Is this true, Erland? Ardwin? Is this the reason for your smirk?
No, hardly. It's just more a case of the dead are infinitely cooperative.
Explain.
When someone who is alive can break a deal, someone who is dead doesn't get to say one way or another. I'm not saying that all problems can be solved by violence, but to suggest that either way is more beneficial, in my experience at least, doesn't really prove to be so. It's only whatever works.
Interesting. I find you two very different from Clover. Frankly, preferred her straightforward methodology, but one cannot expect too much. Very well. What is your involvement with this negotiation then? Clover has a very good reason to be involved. Why do you care?
Erland or Arduin.
Both.
Frankly, I didn't do much of any talking in that. I was mostly concerned with everything else going on around us. And given that I was the one who just about killed one of the... What are they called again? Fuck, I don't remember
Dryads.
Dryads, I figured they might... Once they stopped fighting and started talking, they might take it the worst if I engaged with them.
Not wrong, but still interesting. Interesting that the sellsword would stole their blade, so to speak. I don't like it. I
You
do
don't
not.
like it.
No, I do not. Simply because you understood. You would have read the letter. You would have understood exactly what we were intending. Therefore, you knew our goals. You could have taken that opportunity from what Glover tells me that they were putting out the fire. You could have easily dealt or dispatched a second one, especially when they were healing their allies. So therefore, you stole your blade. That is interesting.
It's not that simple.
Oh,
One of them crept into my mind. I don't know what it was, but I was, how do I put it, unable to do them harm. But I was
You-
able to get this one out of the way of their harm.
you are charmed. Okay. That is something that does happen from the Dryads. That makes a lot more sense then. Very well. You, Erland. Why? Why did you engage? Actually, you've already answered somewhat of that. I'm just very curious as to how you've managed to befriend, seemingly, these Dryads and come to the conclusion that the negotiation, without really understanding the status quo with the Coalition and the Beastum, that you would put yourself in this position. Especially a human does not... An illegal human, I should say.
A quick question, Drew.
Hmm.
See Messenger.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes, but it was prior to the conflict.
Okay.
So the conflict has been going on for, like, this level of conflict has been going on for, I believe it's like 20 so far in the status that it's been in, which is more of like a cold war rather than an outright war.
Right.
So, yes, it's likely that you would have encountered some Beastum. You'll have to make the decision there. It's likely that if you did encounter a Beastum societal sext, it likely would have been. Likely would have been either the Centaurs, as they have been involved with the Elvish community at some point. Dryads you might have dealt with before, but very limiting. They are not really too interested in entertainment and things like that. More just checking in to make sure that you don't fuck around with their shit. Maybe the merfolk, but that's a tough one. Maybe the merfolk, but I leave that one up to you. The rest of them are a little more uncivilized, so you likely wouldn't have been involved too much with them. There's a lot of non-coalition races that you would have dealt with, though. So people that haven't allied themselves with the coalition. You have definitely dealt with Dragonborns. You have definitely dealt with Verdans. You've definitely dealt with like half-orc tribes and things like that. Nomadic Goliath tribes and such. Tieflings, definitely before. Aarakocra, you've dealt with definitely, since you guys have been around the Guttergath Spire kind of area. And Tortles and Loxodons, you definitely would have encountered before. So, while not necessarily part of the Beastum, you have dealt with races outside of the Coalition, and at least You've probably had at least one or two interactions with beastum specific races.
Okay.
That is a good question, though. We'll have to hash out the details after.
Yeah.
Like, hash out more concrete.
Sure. In my experience, though limited, maybe, I have encountered beastmen. Or the beastum, rather. Non-violently. I have no love for the coalition. No love for this conflict. Only ever sought to increase my power. However, war is never good for my people.
Your people being the entertainment troupe.
They are my people.
Interesting.
We are of many races, but one family.
Interesting.
And I tolerate no threat to my family.
That is at least sufficient. There's something else going on here?
No,
No,
I
that
was
is...
just thinking. I was just thinking out loud, Drew.
No, that's her saying that. There's something going on here that I don't like. However, everything that you both have said is truthful. So that is
Okay.
at least interesting. Tell me, did either of you know that there was previous attempts at the negotiation with my father, Ingor?
I did not. I do
Oh.
not know your father. I do not know the
Oh,
political standing of this land.
And do you know that the Vale of Omens has less fertile land for us to farm? And given the city is expanding in population, especially the outskirts of the city, we need more food for that. So are you aware that the Dryads' proposal would have ramifications on the growing city?
Like I said, I've been here. How many days have I been here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5
It's been
at
at
this
least
point.
10.
Yeah. No,
I have-
because you haven't even. No, you're. He's right, because you were about to finish your week, and you're applying for the extension. So it's been 8
So it's
days.
yeah. Okay. I have been in this land for about 8 days and never before visited the city. Do you expect me to know the surrounding region and the qualities of soil?
No, it was more an inquiry to see if you were already aware of this and were involved with the Dryads to try and weaken our position or otherwise.
They don't show themselves to many human.
No, they do not. Nonetheless, we have to look out for our best intentions, and we have to look out for our people. That is the way that we have survived so far. That is the way we'll probably continue to survive. So, that is why I ask these questions. Simply to make sure that you are a third party in this, and an accidental third party, not someone who is deliberately putting themselves in the negotiations or putting themselves forward in this way to try and weaken our stance. You must understand you are dealing with things that are frankly beyond just you and me.
Well, in that regard, ask your brother next time to write very specific orders. It's a lot easier to be accountable to things that you actually understand.
I will be very liberal with my brother.
He is not quite as eloquent as you are.
No, I'm glad you noticed. He is a. I love my brother, but There is a reason he is captain of the guard and not next in line.
If I may ask, your accents are very distinct. Is he your half brother or full brother?
No, I picked up this accent due to the tutorings. As you have experienced, I am fluent in several different languages. Elven, Dwarvish, Vidalcan, Kor.
That certainly would be handy. Where all have you been?
Oh, I have been everywhere. The Gunnergath Spires, I've been to the Forbidden City with my mother, at the least once or twice. I have also been to the Vode Castle, at least on one occasion. We are well traveled. I am next in line. That is the reason for the second. So therefore, I must be able to, in the event of my mother's untimely passing, be able to take up the reins of the city's both defense as well as the well-being, and also her seat on the coalition table.
You certainly seem to be well placed and well suited.
As every member of the Elige House must be. We run the city. We are the people who keep this area more or less alive. So you must understand, with that comes a certain level of, shall we say, well, trustworthiness. It's not that I don't trust you, it's simply that I do not think you understand the scope and scale of what it is that you are being involved in. Whether that is good or not, I cannot say. That being said, Clover's story has already convinced me to at least bring Mother here to talk things over, see if there is a point to even entering into these negotiations. She is a ruler who does not make second guesses very often, but in regards to this, it is interesting at the very least. The Dryads have not reached out to us in many years, not since Ingor. Perhaps a change in leadership for them as well might end one part of this conflict. At least for us. The Dryads will continue to be a problem, but if they're not attacking us, and we can live somewhat peacefully with them, then we shall make do.
Above table, I don't remember. Did I promise that I would be there at the negotiation as well?
You do remember that.
Or is it to get someone there?
Elysia specifically stated that no one, except for you, you being the group, as well as the representative, and them and their representative.
Okay.
That is specifically what she had cited. No one else, no other troops, no other auxiliaries to be entered into that into the negotiation. It is simply 3, and the representatives.
And how many days did we have for that?
You had until tomorrow afternoon.
It's 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't remember. Well, in terms of negotiations, our performance is into tomorrow afternoon.
So soon. Interesting.
2
Granted,
days.
That does make sense. That does make sense. Did you actually ask for 2 days, or did you?
I asked for. You stated 2 days, actually.
Yeah, but did you ask for the days? Because
Well,
the way
that
I
might.
have written down is that was the terms that was set by Elysia.
Okay, sorry. That was my memory own failing.
I didn't write it down, so I can't
Yeah.
confirm.
Elysia
I don't write shit down. So.
specifically stated that the terms of the negotiation are the next day.
So I would like to alter my sentence to
Yeah.
2 days is what was asked for.
Makes sense, given the fact that that is not ample time for us, either of us, to put forward substantial standing forces.
as well as any other plans.
More or less.
Spur of the moment means honesty.
That is one way of looking at that. Interesting. That is one of the most honest things you've said all this time. Well, they're not wrong. If I assume, based on Clover's account, the three of you, as well as the representative, at least for the first meeting. After that, I assume the representatives will be able to further negotiations, or the negotiations don't go forward after that. So, for the time being, I wonder if... No, we will figure that out later. Continuing on. Arduin, my
Yes?
brother has actually spoken of a Vidalcan that he is interested in getting more involved in the military. I assume that is you, correct?
I would imagine so.
Is there a specific reason my brother has taken an interest in you?
I'm good at my job, and I haven't disliked one of his contracts yet, I guess.
Tell me, and you have to answer this honestly, has he demanded silence on anything recently?
That is an excellent question.
Bum, bum, bum.
I'm going to take a breath and just kind of consider this for a second.
As he regards his notes.
No, as in I'm trying to figure out how to answer this, because the answer is definitively yes.
You can't
This is
lie.
You can evade, but you can't lie.
Yeah, no.
Or you could just tell the truth.
Also, while you're doing that, can you roll a d20 for deception?
Well, fuck.
Get fucked.
Okay. As soon as you take
I
in the
didn't. You
breath,
didn't even hear the roll. You just know he's fucked.
as soon as
Yeah, it's 5-0.
yeah, as soon as you take in the breath, she immediately latches on to that tiny semblance of hesitation and weakness, and just zeroes in on you. Just green eyes burning into you. Just yes or no.
Yes. And we were paid well, all of us.
I
to keep this
assume that
matter.
much. That is how these silent contracts work. What did he have you stay silent about?
Does this stay between you, us?
We are
your
family.
brother.
Answer the question.
I'm just kind of fucking staying quiet on this one.
Our last mission.
Which
We
was
had
there.
to go take care of. Pardon?
Which was there.
Out into Vale of Omens to take care of some bandits that I'd run into on my way back into the city over a week ago, and likely the same one that hit Erlin's troop on their way in.
That is standard affair. Why did he have you silenced?
Because we ran into something rather unusual on our way through. A little encampment that turned out to be something rather devious. I'm trying. I don't. It's hardly something that I can fully comprehend myself. He seemed to fully understand what it was. A lot of bodies in an underground system. We think there might have been something more nefarious, magical behind it. I'm gonna kind of glance at both Erland and Clover if they want to kind of further elaborate, because Arduin doesn't quite understand what all this was.
He made the two of you silent as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, of course he did.
As a player, I have no memory of this.
This is interesting. This is very
You were
interesting.
there, Adam.
So
I know!
My brother uncovered
Yeah, this is the
something.
time you dropped the fucking goblin flesh or whatever into a thing and then opened a door.
Oh, he has silence on that?
No, he has silence on the
Everything we
weird-
discovered in that little hidey hole.
Yeah,
Oh,
he has silence
okay.
on the dark sorcerer we found, and the alcohol and all of all that good stuff.
Okay.
All I can All I can say for certain is that it goes far deeper beyond common banditry, that there's something darker and more evil at work here.
Do
You
I know
see
the? Did I figure
roll
out the race of
all
the
three of you? Yeah.
evil one?
No, you did not.
Okay.
Roll, all three of you roll perception checks.
Fucking A, nat 20.
Okay.
Fucking A,
guess-
natural one.
Also, nat 20.
Oh shit, 2 nat 20s in it. Okay, so literally everyone but Erland. Okay.
Like I'm just not.
That's fucking amazing. I love it. Okay.
You ain't picking up on
great.
this.
So everything I say from now going forward, Erland, you have no idea. You're just kind of like, oh man, this chair
Boy,
is
this rug is really.
it's really
There
nice.
is
Sorry,
fucking
goes off.
fantastic.
Ooh, yeah. Clover and Arduin. Maybe it's because of your military experience. You're used to people in leadership, and picking up on their faint facial expressions to try and figure out deeper connections and meanings and things like that, to try and understand the scope and scale and everything that's going on with the missions that you're being assigned, trying to figure out every single bit of information that you possibly can, even things that they might not even be allowed to tell you.
We are contemplative of the likelihood that there is slightly nefarious fuckery about afoot.
Exactly. And so to anyone else, that little twitch of the eye wouldn't mean anything other than like maybe there's something, maybe it's a gust of wind or something hit it or something, maybe an eyelash or something like that. The moment you see this eye twitch, though, you immediately get the sense, yeah, her brother hid this from her, and she is not happy about it.
Meanwhile, I'm like,
Erland, you have no
there's
fucking idea.
music here.
You really like
chair
that
is
chair.
fucking magical.
This
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
is there.
The
spell on
velvet's
chair?
so
'Cause holy
soft.
shit, it's fucking great.
At this point,
Is this crushed or woven velvet?
I'm going to just kind of wait a second. And is
Okay.
she saying anything?
no, she's just writing. Though, because of how high your perception checks were, you do notice that the movements are a little bit more pointed, and the pressure seems to have increased. She seems to be going back to the ink well more often than previous.
Are there any other questions you would like answered from us?
So many, so many.
You've been left in the dark about all of this, haven't you, Lady Kriya?
I have been left in the dark about this specific mission, which, given the fact that the Dryads are now asking if we would be willing to go over to the Vale of Omens, and the fact that you have uncovered something dark and sinister going on in the Vale of Omens, that may or may not be linked to the fact that one fucking half of my land is less fertile than the other. Yes. Yes.
Well, actually, I think it might be a little better now because
We removed the threats.
yeah, we did kind of remove all of the bandits, and I think
And the
there
Dark
was
Force.
there was a dark, scary, powerful guy, and he ran away.
The
Disappeared.
teleportation
Portaled
circle
out.
is broken.
So
Yeah,
what?
Teleportation circle is broken, so he.
There was a
comes back.
teleportation circle there.
Yes, but it was
Yes.
broken,
What do you
and
expect
I'm
from a dark wizard?
Oh, Pastor
very-
You understand that to be Clover. What languages do you speak? Actually, do any of you speak Elvish?
Nope.
I speak Dwarvish now.
I speak
None of you
Orcish
understand
and
it.
Abyssal and
Do-
speak.
Do I understand that it's a curse?
Anyone who thinks that they'd be able to figure this out, roll a insight check.
I'm gonna do it for fun.
I'm gonna roll an insight, not for what specific
No.
curse or anything, because I don't understand
Okay.
the language. But I want to see if I can figure out. Is she saying like
19.
"fuck" or something like that?
Okay, go for it. 19.
I'm a soldier. I've been in never not a soldier.
Yeah,
I can
you
usually understand
instantly
the fuck-
recognize that
Just
even
swear
though
word.
it's like clearly a different language, you're like, yeah, she just swore.
It,
I
aren't
got a 5.
correct on
boy.
fantasy etymology, but aren't Dwarvish and Elvish from the same language family?
You have a rough idea that basically what she said would
I
rough.
rolled an 11.
Yeah, you
I
have
got
no
a
idea.
5.
You have a rough idea. If you were to make a really educated guess based upon your tutelage prior to becoming a sellsword, your best guess is something along the lines of fucking imbecile or some variant of that.
Remind me, who was she saying that about?
Her
brother.
brother.
Right.
As soon as she says this, all of your attention is immediately drawn to the tree that is at the center of the room. As there is a quick flash and a pulse of light, this almost doorway seems to twist its way out of the out of the tree itself. It takes about a half a second, and in that half a second, a female, relatively tall, clad entirely in this gorgeous white sort of ceremonial robe, golden buckles as well as golden overlays on the shoulder, a very simple but ornate staff held in hand, platinum white hair, as well as a silver circlet that that rests on top of her hair. This female figure walks through the doorway that seems to have been created by the tree. Doorway immediately shunting and closed and twisting its way back into the tree not a second later.
I'm going to lean over to Clover and ask quietly, I didn't just imagine someone walking out of a tree, did I?
Erlin's beside himself and giddy.
That happened.
Magic shit. He's like, oh my fucking god, how did you do that?
Kriya
But in expression, not in voice.
immediately stands and just
And I'm going. If Kriya's standing, I'm immediately standing.
doubles over in a small little bow. Welcome home, mother.
Oh, and I'm going to bow much lower than Kriya just did, because oh boy.
I will look at both of them and follow suit and bow real low as well.
I'll give a
Let me guess, a cheeky little bow, you
yeah, it's a cheeky bow.
fucking entered here.
Like a,
Oh boy, we're about to get fucking executed, aren't we?
it's not like a haha fuck you, but it's a
Well,
deep
you
bow,
are
but
currently
it's,
looking at
it's a
what you
flourish bow. Let's put it that way.
well, you are currently looking at the figure of
Though I'm more
Lady
concerned about that.
Holly Sharp Alige, current queen, ruler, you're not quite sure, of the entire
And-
city of the Merimoth City of Lamps.
And judging by spell, most likely
I wasn't aware
druid.
of the monarchy. I was under the assumption it was some sort of like oligarchic republic. That's like me, Max, not Arduin. I actually have no fucking idea.
Research.
Also, Drew.
What
Um,
research?
above table, Erland would not know this. Is that bitch a druid?
No spoilers.
I'm not
actually,
sure.
what kind of government is it? Because Arduin probably should know this, given that he's working for them.
It's very similar to a lot of the civilized cities currently, with basically a court system run by the noble houses. There is generally one sort of ruling or higher noble house that takes care of the majority of the decisions, as well as being a representative outside of the city. So in this case,
So it's an oligarchic republic, basically
Exactly.
a serene republic like Venice.
exactly, yeah.
So basically, the ruler has a vaguely noblish title like Doge in the case of Venice?
Correct.
So she's not a queen.
She's not a queen, but for all intents and purposes, you may as well treat her as
Oh
one.
yeah, she's the supreme executive power in a rather autocratic system, but she's not a monarch.
Correct. Yeah. In the literal sense, you are correct. She is not a queen.
And that's a distinction that Arduin certainly would make.
Fine. Okay. Stepping through, she is, like her daughter, taller than... How tall are you? Actually, I believe Erland is the tallest in the group.
I think so.
How tall
Hold
are
on,
you?
let me go to my character.
Are you
page. There we
over
go.
6 feet?
Hell no.
Okay.
Wait, how tall are you?
5'10".
All right, well, you beat me.
Remember, we're short squad.
Yeah, you're short squad. So,
Yeah, 5'10's not short.
Kriya standing
It's
up
Not
now,
6'10".
you immediately recognize that Kriya is taller than all of you. And her mother appears to be even a little taller than her. This, coupled with the gorgeous golden sort of heeled platform shoes that she appears to be wearing, presents a very intimidating, imposing, gorgeous, and absolutely breathtaking visage of a woman who steps through. The portal closing behind her, she immediately turns. Ah, Kriya. So good to be home. This is the group that you messaged me about. Kriya immediately snaps up. Yes, mother. This is the actually the adventuring group does not have a name yet. Pity. We could use one right about now. Very well. It appears you've already taken care of the Zone of Truth, so if you would all please move over to my domain. She just elegantly walks forward, taking a seat at this very center desk that upon entering you recognize to be not only the center focal point, but also the likely one of the most expensive pieces of furniture in the entire house. Anyone with woodworking skill would immediately recognize exactly how long and how much of a literal mastercraft this is. And anyone who doesn't have woodworking experience, it would basically be the equivalent of an uncultured eye taking a look at the full completed Roman Colosseum.
Neat.
Anyone can recognize exactly how nice this is. Her staff, she simply plants on the ground, lets go of it, and it just stays there as she takes a seat at her desk, preparing herself a little bit while you all naturally just glide over and sit at the various chairs that are prepared in front of the desk. Kriya even takes one of the seats beside you, Clover. Very regal in her poise, very controlled.
Clover, do you have to climb onto the chair?
I do.
She does, but
That's fucking fantastic.
Lady Hollysharp does not pay it any mind. Simply waiting for you all to be
Because she's
comfortable.
respectful.
Hey, I've been mostly
Roll an insight
respectful.
check.
12.
Even with that, you get the distinct feeling that it's not potentially out of respect, but simply it is a issue or something that is well beneath her notice or care.
Oh, I didn't mean the climbing onto the chair. I meant she hasn't done the whole, oh, look at you, you're all small and cute.
Oh, for Kriya, yeah.
That.
Fair enough. Well, you know that now. Okay. As she, the energy that you had felt before, this incessant need to tell the truth, has not diminished at all. And Kriya is simply just sitting there maintaining concentration as her mother finally finishes sorting through whatever it was that she was doing. So, You must understand my surprise when, partway through this day, a somewhat stressful day, mind you, I receive a message from my butler explaining to me that a wayward group of adventurers has apparently made it their mission to create peace between the Dryads and the humans. And how strange is it that my very own daughter even agrees with this? So, my time is valuable. For the love of all that is good in this realm, please explain to me exactly why a negotiation should be ordered and even considered with a group of, well, frankly, pests who have been nothing but a thorn in my side, likely are the reason for the early death of my beloved father,
Isn't it her husband?
or sorry, husband, and have apparently gotten a very interesting taste for wayward adventurers. So please explain this in as few words as humanly possible.
I'm going to just
You stay
slightly
silent.
twitch at that remark, and then kind of take a very quick glance at both Erland and Clover, and then kind of make sure I start before either of them.
Okay.
It was an assignment we received from your son. Our objective was not to make peace, only to resolve the issue, and it is, I guess, by coincidence that an option of peace became forthcoming, ma'am.
An option of peace becomes forthcoming by coincidence. That does not seem possible.
I'm going to slowly look at the other two and be like, does one of you two want to
Chime
take
in.
over on this?
I'll look at him like, can I talk now?
At this point, Priya actually interrupts both of you, kind of holding up a hand. My apologies, Mother. There was only so much that could be explained in the Sunday message. I believe that based on my use of the Zone of Truth, as well as all of the questions that I have prepared and asked them, and she quickly hands over the parchment page that she was writing on, I believe that they were genuine. They put forward the usual terms, the lower number of guards and so on and so forth. I do not believe they are involved with the Dryads in any malicious intent, and that also appears in a most recent development just before you arrived, that my brother, well, Alden may have kept something from us, some things that I will explain to you in private, that may or may not change this. It seems the Vale of Omens may actually be available for both cultivation as well as farmland. There's a poignant pause as Priya steps back very respectfully and simply waits standing. And all three of you at very... No, she's had to stand up to hand the parchment.
Okay.
You don't just, like, lean forward in the presence of... Anyways. There's this poignant pause that all three of you start to almost interject or add things, but the moment that you open your mouth or even consider, it's just like this sudden feeling of just like, no, I shouldn't.
I was going to say, as if like air doesn't want to pass either way through your mouth.
Pretty much. That's actually a very apt description. It takes about a minute or two for her to, item by item by item, go through every single bit on the parchment that Clover and her have been talking for quite some while, and coupled with the questions that you guys have answered, it's a fairly sizable list of explanations and things. By the time she gets to the end, she puts the parchment down. You have been very thorough, Kriya. Seems those tutors have Done that job well. Thank you, Mother. She immediately just sits back down. Small little smile gracing her face. Well, this is a This is a very interesting change of pace. And while I'm not entirely convinced, it seems that my involvement can wait. If they're just asking for a representative right now, well, who better than the second in command? Kriya, you've staked something on this. It'd be a shame for you to not see it all the way through, don't you think?
I'm going to try and interject. Emma, is this kind of like slightly silencing
I ain't gonna say shit.
aura around her still in effect?
You know what? Roll a d20. It's not actually like anything magic, but just roll a d20.
Just in
And
general,
add
no
your,
modifiers.
add your charisma modifier to it.
Add my is my charisma modifier. Oh boy, can't imagine it's that. Oh, fucking Vidalcan soldier. 0. Oh shit. 12.
You start to say something, you like open your mouth and you're like, and the moment that you do, 2 sets of eyes, one blazing green, the other one piercing blue, just immediately latch onto you and you just pale, or as much as you possibly can. And it's just immediately.
I'm hardly like the shrinking back type.
You're not the
Let me
shrinking
know.
back type, but there's a lot of political power in this.
I've probably been screamed at by my superiors enough to know that look.
Yeah. It's not so much shrinking back, it's more of the realizing,
Shut the fuck up.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. The paling more so from the sheer intensity of the mixed stares. It's the kind of intensity that catches even seasoned soldiers off guard.
If Arduin goes pale, does he turn a lighter blue?
Basically, yeah. He doesn't physically pale, it's just the
I'm just wondering.
description. It's just the description of the kind of feeling. Like that blood rush where it's just like you think you're doing something
A
good.
slight chill.
Yeah, and then it's just like, okay, just gonna take a step back.
I'm kind of going to resume a position of kind of at ease.
Train them well. Unnamed adventuring group. Interesting. Well, Kriya.
Above table, we gotta work on that.
Above table. Yeah. Hence why I
That's
first called us the
tonight's dinner
nameless.
plan. That's the dinner plan tonight.
Well, Kriya, this is an interesting opportunity for you to prove yourself. So, you shall lead negotiations for the time being. First contact, and everything else. I don't expect much, so don't worry too much. Well, it doesn't very much matter if the Dryads are honest or not. I'm sure you can figure your way out. And this group, well, I'm sure they'll at least act as cannon fodder in some way, shape, or form.
Above table. Wow, this bitch.
Given
feel like
my
I've
past, I
met
think
bitch
he's
here.
particularly
Okay.
offended by that, although I wouldn't quite show it. Fuck, I'm going to have to roll on that, aren't I?
Actually, no. No, you don't.
Oh.
You have to understand,
She probably doesn't give a fuck even if I am openly offended
you
by it,
are
does she?
so far beneath her. It would be like an elephant paying attention to the cockroach that they're about to step on.
They're actually afraid of mice.
Actually, they're
They're not
not.
afraid of them.
Mythbusters tested that, Adam.
They're gentle souls, and they're like, oh,
They're afraid
gosh,
of
it's
stepping
cute
on
little
mouse.
thing, I
They're
don't wanna
afraid of
step
like
on it."
when a mouse pops out into the open. That's what surprises them.
I
'Cause they're
forgot about
very
that.
observant
Yeah.
creatures.
Nonetheless,
But if you just put a mouse near it, it's like, oh, little thing that I don't want to hurt.
there are two small things that I would recommend. First is, well, frankly, they don't look the part of royal security. And while I know that's not what they were introduced as, that is what they are going to be acting as. Please rectify this. Secondly, should things go forward, there are some things we might discuss in private. That will be a discussion for a separate time. Lastly, I did know about Alden's little secret. However, I did not think it was prudent, as it, until now, does not seem to have had any effect other than we might expand in a different direction. But given how prosperous the farmland has been on the other side of the city, it didn't really make sense to move just yet. So that is the reason. Remember, you're not yet. Rhea just looks down. His mother. As for you three, this is a chance. Prove yourself. Liege is always in need of allies, and especially in this trying time. Well, maybe let's wait until you don't screw this up. I would recommend stay silent, and for the love of God, don't do anything stupid.
I'll just nod. I'll stay silent and nod.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I make no movement other than the fact that I'm trying hard not to be offended.
I'm
And
guessing
not
you're
succeeding.
kind of probably trying to copy my kind of somewhat at attention stance.
No, I'm just trying not to look as pissed as I am. Because, like I said out loud above table, God, what a bitch.
Oof.
Don't do anything stupid.
Erland, you're pretty well practiced, but I need you to roll a deception check. Just to see if you're
Yeah.
able
Oh
to.
God, you motherfucker! Do not start another one.
I'm not starting shit. I'm just trying to not
It'd be
look...
really funny if you tried to do that. I would laugh a lot.
And,
Like-
okay, so you know how I posted
Erland's
that...
so full of
yeah, I know, God. You know how I posted the flaws on my... before?
Yeah.
I looked upwards and I realized, oh, my personality traits. I settle for nothing less than perfection, and when my anger flares, I am impossible to reason with and prone to making rash decisions.
No.
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 Don't worry.
Anyways.
He's
Roll
all.
something good,
Don't worry.
you little
Deception.
bastard.
He's got an intelligence of 18. It was a deception check. Let's roll that. That's a +1 there. Tell you what, I'm getting out the good dice. Don't betray me, you bitch.
Oh no.
If he starts
Oh,
doing
I
some-
love you, bitch. That's a
Never
that's
stop
a
you, bitch.
20 total.
Okay.
That's both in and out of character.
I love you, you my bitch.
Well, if it meets, it beats. Okay.
Oh, you fuck!
What?
Oh god!
Son of a bitch, Drew.
Oh, I'm lucky as a motherfucker. Oh, I'm so happy I got my my blood's no bitch. You know how to treat me right.
Oh, okay, Adam, please stop.
Fuck, I love that die.
Stop
That-
while you're ahead.
Okay.
She doesn't notice your barely concealed disdain, or she doesn't care. You're honestly not sure which, and
I don't
frankly,
know if it's barely concealed, but
sorry, your concealed disdain
there you go.
to her barely concealed. Treat that as you will.
She thinks it might be something, but it's not worth going further into.
Or she doesn't care. Don't look like much. But
Oh!
stranger things have happened. And you found yourself in a very interesting situation. Something I haven't seen in a few decades at least. Not since my late husband. Nonetheless, you shall not be reporting to Captain Alden anymore. He is beneath this. You can find me in the Ascendant Court.
Wow!
This bitch!
You can find me in the Ascendant Court.
I think Arduin is both just disgusted and kind of impressed.
You can find me in the Ascendant Court. Kriya, I expect an update as soon as the negotiation is done. For you three, I want to report on everything that you see and heard, and I would like it to the Ascendant Court the same day as the negotiations are finished. Kriya can provide transportation of some sort, I'm sure. I will be there
I'll
all
just
day.
nod again.
One last thing. If something happens to Kriya, your heads will be posted outside the city gates as a reminder to exactly what happens when people betray House Elige. Are we clear?
I'll just nod, and my
That's my
my
idea.
ears will just flatten down sad.
Our performance shall be legendary.
Erland.
Kriya
Am
kind
I
of.
sitting next to Erland, or am I sitting next to Ardo?
That's a good.
I think
So the
I
way
think
that
the seating
I.
order went Clover, then me, then Erland.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's how it went. She gives you a strange look, and oh right, she is an entertainer. Tell me, it would be such a shame if the entertainment troupe didn't get their extension.
I'm going to
Perhaps
very
that's
slowly turn my head towards Erland.
perhaps
too.
that's shall we say enough of a reason to go forward with this.
Can I roll intimidation on Erland as in like a shut?
I
the
just
fuck
nod.
up before this happens.
Good. Then we have an understanding. You have a busy day tomorrow. You may use House Elige, our estate, as you see fit. The servants will be at your beck and call. Do not disappoint me. Good night.
I'll just say, no, ma'am. Good night, ma'am.
She doesn't even look up. She immediately goes to her drawer. As you're all filing out, she goes, "Oh, Kriya, a moment, please."
Should we step out or just kind of just literally just stand there stiff as a fucking post and just wait for someone to tell us what to do?
You have been
I'm gonna
dismissed.
stand there.
Okay, so both of you understand you have been dismissed.
Oh,
Okay.
we can leave.
Yeah, you can leave.
I will kind of go right to the door and open it and just kind of step out into the hall.
Before you can even do so, the moment you hold up your hand, the door opens for you. The butler that had brought you in.
I'm just gonna like pause for a second and just kind of look at this guy and just be like internally, okay, that's kind of creepy.
I'm gonna make sure that Erland leaves.
I trust you will
and then
get
I'll
used to
back
it.
up
It's
after him.
All right, so exit order out the door is Arduin, Erland, Clover.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting out.
I have been informed to help you to the best of my extent.
Indeed,
I
thank you very
remembered
much.
that you, Erland, requested a bath. We have drawn a fresh bath. Would you prefer lily or rose for the scent?
Rose would be lovely.
Excellent. If and he just immediately beckons over. There is now you notice a series of about 4 different maids and butlers standing at attention just on the other side of the door. He motions to one, and she comes forward, head still straight down. Yes, take Erland to the bath, if you would. Thank you. He just nods and starts to lead you, Erland. You are
I go with.
Ardwin, forgive me for saying such, but I have drawn you a bath as well.
Right.
I mean no offense, but
No, that's certainly appreciated. But before then, if I might be directed to the kitchen or the dining room, please.
if you would like, I can have food brought to you.
Certainly.
You have a preference? Currently for dinner there is being prepared a lovely Wiesen.
That would work well, thank you.
Excellent. Do you have a preference on way it is cooked? We can do traditional Vidalkin if you would like.
Well, thank you, that works.
Excellent. He motions to another. Another one of the maids steps forwards. Take him to the bath and have his meal brought to him, along with any refreshments or anything that he would request. Maid leads you forward. Finally, you, Mademoiselle Clover. Is there anything? I apologize. Not many mouse folk have stayed the night at the Elysia State. Is there anything I can do to help make your stay comfortable?
A bath and a bed is all I require.
Absolutely. Would you care for food or refreshment as well?
I wouldn't say no to a little bit of food,
Excellent.
but please for the bath, if it's all right, no smells added.
Of
They
course,
can
of
be a bit
course.
overwhelming.
Absolutely. We shall do our best for that. I cannot promise the bathtub itself would have some sort of scent as well as the soap and other things, but we will do our best for you.
Thank you very much. Any effort is appreciated.
If you would, please, is there a specific food or anything that you prefer or request?
Do you have any, like, fruit or bread or nuts?
Absolutely. I have a platter of cheeses, breads, and fruits and other things brought to you if you would like.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent. Any motions, and one of the butlers steps forward. Please help Clover, and do make sure that the bath is ready within about 5 to 10 minutes. No more, no less. Thank you. And the butler leads you away. It is, without a doubt, and it doesn't matter your background, it doesn't matter what you have experienced, your evening at the Elysia State is without a doubt the single most comfortable and pampering experience you've ever had. Every request that you make, every suggestion, anything, even if you're just simply looking at something with a questioning glance, everything is answered, everything is taken care of. They accommodate in every single way that they possibly can. So, once you've had your baths, once you've had your food, I assume, Erland, you go out to find some food at some point.
Yep.
And they lead you into a vast dining room, seat you at one of the corners. Kriya, by this point, would also be eating dinner. She glances up just to see you enter, and immediately motions for the servant to seat you directly across from her. She's silent for most of the meal. At one point, though, she does look up. Erland, I confess. There is much about you that I don't know, that I would like to. And while the zone of truth is not present, I would like to understand exactly why your allies are wary of you. I know you said you practiced arcane, but rest assured, there are more powerful arcane practitioners in the world, and it is likely that two people of military would not find that all too intimidating. So, why are they wary around you?
Do I actually know this?
It's an assumption based on
I mean,
everything.
take a hint, buddy.
Based on all of her interactions and everything that has been said, as well as the way that that they.
No, I mean, like, do I know why?
You would hazard a guess it has something to do with the fact that you just unloaded on a bunch of lumberjacks.
Well, I'm not gonna fucking tell her that.
If we could metagame a tiny bit, I suggest you tell her just why you're traveling with us straight up, or just in that regard.
Anyway, it is as I said. The methods that I use sometimes are
Messy.
excellent word for it. Yes, I tend to I'm a performer, and I like my performances to be fantastic.
Well, be that as it may, subtlety is also a skill. And I need you to show some measure of restraint tomorrow. Then we go to this negotiation. I might not be as powerful as my mother, but rest assured, should you do anything to, screw this up,
Sorry, that was above table to laugh.
I will make sure that the zone of truth is the most pleasant experience that you have for the rest of your life.
Very fair. However, other than being on guard, most of what I'm going to be doing at our meeting is just play some music, set a tone.
I'm going to kind of lean forward, like full on elbows onto the table, like not like a
Wait, are
thunk,
you
but, like,
there?
are we not all at dinner? Like sitting down
You
to dinner?
had your deer brought to you in the tub, so only Erland has a reason to
Be here.
be in the dining room, unless
Well-
of course you have.
I was going down to like maybe just get like a bit of just a drink because I never got one brought up to me
Okay.
because Arduin is a little bit sheepish around like all this amount of servants is kind of a bit slightly weirding him out, like overwhelming. Because I mean, he certainly had never wanted for anything like growing up, but they like the most they had was maybe a butler and a cook, and that was it.
Okay,
Because they were still just gentry.
Since you wouldn't have been in there initially, going by the rough time frame, you would have either entered into the dining room or been admitted for a drink. Roughly would have been earlier, to be honest, but the conversation is supposed to. She wanted to have this conversation between her and Erland. So she would have either wanted to wait until, well, okay, you know what? Okay. So, based on that roll, we'll say that you have entered. You have requested, what beverage have you requested? Wine,
Just
whiskey?
a local vintage of wine, please.
And you do notice at this point, Kriya and Erland talking over their dinner.
May I join you too?
She pauses. I suppose. So, Erland, this is a bit of a personal topic. Do you mind sharing with your, I don't know what to call you, comrade? Friend? Erland?
I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
thinking. I know it's hard to do over when you can't see the person.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
This is why I often describe it.
yeah. Mm,
Maid brings
Quite-
out as you're hesitating, Maid brings out a bottle. It's carried in a brass upright. There's ice around the edges and a small towel wrapped around it. She quickly helps you into your seat next to Kriya and pours about a tiny iota of the burgundy liquid directly into the very nice crystal goblet that is in front of you, and just steps back expectantly.
I'm just gonna take it just because I've seen this before. I don't really actually know how this is done, but just drink it. Don't like throw it back, but just drink it. And just be like, very good, thank you. And because then I assume she'll pour the like a full size glass.
She
after that.
does, and as soon as the maid has replaced the bottle in the ice and moved off to the side, Kriya kind of looks at you and smirks. That wine is worth more than your entire savings. So yes, of course it's going to be good.
I'm going to slightly just like freeze for a second because oh my god, holy shit! I was not. I was just asking for a nice local vintage. It's just like, oh, and
Fuck.
okay, this is out loud now. Oh, I was not expecting to be treated to such a luxury. Wow.
That is actually that is not the luxury. That is quite common for this household. The luxury would be when we would be talking about 100 golds a bottle.
Oof. Wow.
Nonetheless, I appreciate you are having a drink, but Erland, do you mind having this conversation in front of your comrade?
Quite honestly, unfortunately, Odwin, I do
can
have some.
leave if you need.
It did seem to be a private conversation to start.
Very well, but while I have you both here, I need to inform you of one small thing. Your legs, they will have to go.
Oh, oh, that is.
I understand your mother wanted us to be presentable.
Yes, and well, I would love to say the servants will be able to keep your clothing in perfect condition. In reality, they will likely think that this clothing is, how to say, for the homeless.
Oh,
If-
Big ooh.
I feel you. Erland looks visibly
than
hurt,
your,
but
other
understanding.
than your coat, and she points to you, Arduin. That is a very remarkable coat. I have a sense of magic, and that is you definitely should keep that. However, I would request that you mimic the styles that Erland will be wearing, if that is possible.
Understand?
Thank you. You were
Well,
saying?
I will
that'd be-
stand up and kind of just take a quick second, slightly awkwardly, but then be like, "May I take this bottle upstairs?"
I think the maid would be insulted if you didn't.
Thank you. I'll just kind of grab it and slightly shuffle.
Have a
out
good
the
night,
kind of room.
Odwin. With a smile, but before with the clothing remark, I had this kind of understanding but hurt look. I will not object to costume updates, shall we say?
Well, as you said, this performance must be perfect.
They all should be.
Back to the topic at hand. The how to say negotiations. They'll be temperamental at best. You, it seems, may have a in with one of the from the recounts of Clover, may have talked a little more to one specific dryad, and being under the terms of conditions, it is likely that they will be there. So, what I would like for you to do is, if possible, open branch of communication with her as the opening, to at least showcase that we are willing to talk. My mother is, how to say, strict with her ruling, and while this would be a small change of pace for the otherwise pro-humans that rhetoric that she has put forward, I think it is a important step to stem the conflict. Nonetheless, we will have to see for tomorrow, but is this something that you can handle?
Indeed, it is something I can handle.
Excellent.
I shall be lovely.
Well, with a change of clothing, I think you will.
I look forward to seeing what is picked out for me.
It should be ready. Nonetheless, you have yourself a good night, and I will come get you in the morning.
Till we meet again,
In the morning.
have a wonderful night.
All three of you, no matter what you do, eventually you do find yourself in the bedrooms that have been accommodated for you. They're on the left side wing that you carted past or walked past on your way in. The rooms are all lined up one next to each other, and there is doors in between the individual bedrooms so that people can move between them a little bit more easily rather than having to go out into the hallway and make their way around. For what reason, you're not entirely sure. But nonetheless, upon arriving at the identical, but nonetheless still incredibly plush rooms, relatively simple in terms of furnishings, bed, side table, a armoire, as well as a couple of other amenities, bookshelves with various tomes and other things. You are greeted with what appears to be tailored outfits. Arduin, yours is missing the overcoat. All of them are identical. They are blue dress slacks, a white kind of frilled shirt, and a blue coat with two tails that goes out the back.
I would imagine for the pants that probably something like breeches would be more appropriate in style.
If you try them on, you would understand that they are tailored to be a lot more accommodating of movement.
That again, why I said breeches over.
Anyway.
Appropriate.
There's also
I'm
a
pretty
pair
sure
of...
Fancy Pants Bitch Lady knows more about clothes.
They're... Arduin, if you were to put a identity to it, these are not dress uniforms for military. These are dress uniforms for show. That's not to say that you can't freely move around in them. It's just more... It's fashion over function sometimes. There's also Clover, minus for you. But for both Erlin and Arduin, there are black leather riding boots, as well as black leather gloves. Clover, you try on the gloves, but not fitting too well.
I imagine they're probably children's gloves and they're possibly hopelessly large still.
They are, unfortunate. And you immediately get the sense that while they did try, it's unlikely that. You also try on the pants. They kind of work, but at the same time, they are a bit uncomfortable. They have been tailored, and you can, if you would like, get them adjusted properly. The in-house tailor is quite good. This is everything in this estate.
I'd probably get them adjusted because most mammals with hair hate things touching it wrong.
Fair enough.
I imagine we all now look like this if everyone could refer to the chat for as soon as it fucking is up. We probably all look like this.
Not quite the bow at the front. It's more of like a.
Obviously,
like,
ruffled shirt, more George Lazenby and On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but still.
It's also a much deeper blue. The coat itself has the tails rather than the flat back. But not a bad idea. Not a bad image for it. Clover, as soon as you step out with the pants in hand, a maid immediately makes her way over to you. Just patiently waiting for whatever it is. You can either give the pants directly to her with the instructions, or you can go see the tailor themselves. That is the distinct sense that you get.
I'll go with, because I doubt
Okay.
the tailor will have much experience with my proportions.
Fair enough. And the tailor is elated, actually, to have a mouse folk staying. She doesn't have as much experience with non-human as she would like, so she's very ecstatic in taking the different measurements and adjusting and accommodating. It probably takes about another hour, but eventually you do have your entire uniform is much better fitted and substantially easier to move around in. So, with that all good, is anyone else doing anything this evening?
Definitely
I'm-
journaling everything that has happened.
There's
Since
a lot.
we are all in, like, basic connecting rooms, I'm gonna kind of knock on everyone's doors. And is there kind of like a common room on this floor that we can all just kind of go sit down in?
There is a ton.
Well, whichever one is closest to us and not like kind of looks like it might be above. our
Okay, so
station.
do you want the one by the foyer? Do you want the one that is partially of the way down that has a few more couch amenities? You want the one that is more of a seated balcony area? You want the one that?
Sure.
Okay.
I would play music over the evening.
Okay.
Specifically, the one Null. I've sent it to you before under another name as well.
Also, I'm not on Roll20 because it's refusing to accept my fucking password.
Don't worry, you won't need it tonight.
Do you remember which song that is, Drew?
More or less. I'll find it. Think I'm a soulmate.
GNALL.
Okay. So, Ardwin knocks on all of your doors and has invited you out to the seating area. Takes a second. Clover's busy getting the measurements done at this point. And so by the time she arrives, Erlin's picked up a bit of a tune. Erlin, make a perception check.
Yes, can do.
Oh, wait. First, make a performance roll and then make a perception check.
Bone dice is performance. Sparkle dice is perception.
Is this one you've performed before?
Not for people, no, but it's the one that I made.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes. In that case. Yeah. No. Continue forward.
Okay, so performance check is a 15. What? What's inbound?
Becca.
Oh.
Repeat that. Sorry.
18 performance, nat 1 on perception.
So you're just in your own little world.
Pretty much. If you were a little bit more perceptive, you would notice that the tune has, as expected, a solemn effect, and this whatever servant is nearby does seem to, in their own way, try and take notice of you. Of course, you don't notice this. You are locked.
But of course, I
into your-
don't notice. I am
you are locked
fucking
into your
full into that.
performance. You are so into it, and you're really nailing the feeling that you want. You're
Can I pull a piece of cheese out of my pocket and start eating it?
yes, you can. You're really starting to get the feel for how you want to perform this tune, and really starting to lock it in. And you get the feeling that next time you perform it,
I'm evolving it as I do.
yeah. So mark this down for this tune specifically. Next time you perform it, roll with advantage.
Okay, give me a second. I'll get your notes.
So, you have gathered. Erland is playing a tune. Ardwin. Both of them are looking at you expectantly, waiting for you to take the floor.
At this point, I've got through most of the ball of wine. I've kind of given up on the whole pouring it into the glass part.
Roll a
and then drinking
Constitution
it,
saving
put
throw,
it-
please.
Pardon?
Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
That was almost bad.
But Drew,
7.
I have a question regarding
7?
the bottle of wine.
Just one sec. 7.
Oh, +2.
9.
9.
This is a relevant question.
Okay.
Is the alcohol content of the wine that he's drinking following medieval standards or current modern day standards?
Take a
For alcohol
guess.
percentile.
Take a guess.
It's
Medieval.
modern because it's far worse.
Oh, yeah.
No.
They have modern distilling technology.
Nope.
And I just roll with it.
You don't distill wine.
Or whatever.
She's the one
You
who
know what
fucking.
I'm trying to- you know what I'm trying
actually,
to say.
Hannah,
Yeah.
would you like to tell Ardwin exactly how
how drunk?
You are very.
Is it watered
drunk.
down wine or non-watered down wine? I know
It is
nothing
Yeah,
about
oh,
just
medieval
In
age-
this
Are
house,
you
do you think this
insult-
house
are
waters
you-
down their fucking wine?
Dude,
No,
are
it's
you
a thing that they
taking
actually
the
did in
House
Roman
of
times, where
Liege
They
name
were
in
uncivilized to
vain,
drink
good
wine
sir?
non-watered down. It was
Did they
uncivilized to
Roman
drink
or
wine
did they
non-watered
say
down.
Bullshit!
medieval?
Discord just
Common.
blew up.
Common criticism of groups like the Macedonians and the Gauls is that they did not water down their wine.
Actually,
Yes, and it's
only certain Roman men watered down their wine. They watered it down with seawater and honey. They called the women uncouth wolves because they drank it straight. And in that time, up to medieval time and past that, wine had a proof of about a 40% alcohol content.
I knew the proof part. I didn't really look up the rest of it. And
What
that
was the
is
proof? Sorry.
40 on average.
40.
What? That's 40%.
Yeah.
No,
So
no,
it's
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was
So,
really alcoholic.
Ardwin, at this point, you're not sloshed. You're a soldier. I would not be. I would not be mean to you and say that you'd be sloshed after a single bottle of wine. But you're
But like I
definitely.
said, I can get all glass part of the equation.
Yeah, you've reached the point of you're teetering on the edge of. I'm definitely a little more than tipsy, but I'm not quite drunk. We'll see in the next 5 minutes. Ooh, a shot. That's where you are about right now.
Yeah, wine was alcoholic enough and we drank it often enough, it affected our DNA. And that's why European people can process alcohol better, is because of how alcoholic wine was.
Basic, we drunk bastards.
We were
Mhm.
so fucking.
So,
We snowmen, we vampires.
so
we
Ardwin,
rejects of melanin.
slightly more than tipsy Ardwin.
Roger that, ma'am. Well, everyone keeps bugging us about the group name, and I thought of something that was rather humorous when the lady was talking to us. We're all of us somewhat smaller than they are, especially you, Clover, and, well, the lady wasn't exactly grandiose about her position on our abilities and reputation, so I thought of one that would be rather humorous and to anyone with half a brain be a little bit funny. As a name, the Small Swords. No? Come on.
It's alright.
We need a name, don't we? Do we got any better ideas?
Am I even? I'm not in this conversation, am I?
Okay,
No, you definitely. There's a difference.
I'm in a different.
No, there's
no,
a difference
you're
between
not noticing
not
people
being
noticing you,
perceptive
but you
around.
have to hear me like directly talking to you. Come on.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought-
Erland.
Oh, I thought you were in a different
No,
different
no.
room. Okay.
You've congregated.
No, I
in
called
the,
everyone out on the balcony.
Yeah.
Or whatever this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, balcony. Small little balcony with chairs and shit.
So, yeah, you are definitely there, and your perception of the world around you might be shit, but it is not shit enough not to notice that Erland has started talking, or Ardwin has started talking. She's
Right. Okay.
Also, the small swords.
I mean, small swords are a type of weapon, right? They're a very noble and kind of decorative sword, and also used by some gentlemen and such. But
I'm
I mean,
sure
it's
small
not
swords.
bad.
I'm sure small swords were used by a lot of gentlemen.
hey, Will Turner had a small
Wow.
sword. Not insult small swords.
Hello, our group name is called the Minuscule Penises. Welcome.
Yeah, veto.
That's-
That's also part of the reason that Arduin's kind of snickering at all of this.
Yeah. No.
Why don't we try something referencing a chimera, considering we are made up of several different species?
I would not
That would be fine.
object to that.
I just want it to be something catchy, something interesting.
I mean, people certainly would be interested if you told them you had a short sword all the time.
Small. So
Does anyone have a passive perception that is higher than an 18?
Hell no.
Okay. At this point, you do hear another laugh. I can say with some certainty that Hustleys would not be represented by a group that is referencing the male phallic members.
Yeah, I wouldn't stand for that either.
I'm going to kind of
Still awake, are we?
make an effort to stand up, and I think I'll succeed at the current conversations they're on.
You
at, right?
succeed, but
Yeah, anything. Lady, sorry.
the hospitalities of Husbandage are at your service. Do not stand on ceremony just yet.
Yes, ma'am.
nonetheless, a name is something that you need. I do agree. And while small swords does have some humorous connotation, I don't think that is quite the name you're looking at. What do you mean by a chimera?
It's. I've only really read about it. It's not really something that most folk know beyond the mythology. It's a creature that's mixed up between a lion, a goat, and a snake.
Sounds
like
terrifying.
the term chimera itself means to take parts from different animals and put them together.
As Clover's talking, Arduin kind of flumps back into his chair.
It's a very nice chair, as are all chairs here.
Mm-hmm. I know.
That sounds terrifying. I mean, I don't know. It's not my decision to make, but I heard your little comment and just wanted to put forward my my own opinion on that specific matter. Try and think of something a little more, shall we say, performance worthy. Anyways, good luck. I look forward to hearing your name in the morning. Good night, Nameless.
Have a good night.
Good night, lady.
Have a good night.
Well, chimeras that has a rather mystical and sophisticated ring to it. Hell, since it's these people currently serving, why don't we just make it gold-plated chimeras or something? Golden
What
chimeras.
about
I like that. Golden chimeras.
what about Chimera's guard?
I
What?
don't know if God would be the best
Golden has a certain
word.
flash to it, and certainly they could, especially in terms of pay and eliteness, someone would see the word gold and maybe be swayed by it, especially those who have more money than sense.
It feels a tad too descriptive, if that makes any sense.
It does make sense.
The Wandering Chimera?
That has, I think, a roguish connotation to it. Some more prim and proper.
Is this
lawyers
something
might
above
like.
table? Is this something we should do over chat?
No, I like doing it here in character, because, I mean, this is literally us just kind of kicking it on a balcony and talking.
Fair. Okay.
Unless anyone has some actual time restraints.
Other than bedtime, no.
This is literally the end, so
Come on, let's just
Okay.
get together
Yeah.
and get something, guys. Come on.
We can hash something out.
I'm actually digging golden chimeras. I don't know how to spell that.
Well, I don't,
Chimera is Chimera.
I don't.
I'm not
don't
as drunk as my character, but I'm certainly not remembering that.
I like the chimera theme. However, at the same time, making it plural doesn't make sense, and I don't understand why the golden aspect to it.
Certainly wouldn't
What
want to
about
be the silver
gilded?
chimera.
What about gilded? instead of
gilded
golden?
chimera?
Gilded. You know, that's what you do when you plate something. Is you gild it.
That
Alright.
makes more sense.
All right.
Gilded chimera.
It implies
it.
both the shine factor that Arduin's going after and the group connotation Erland wants?
I like it. I actually do like it.
Yeah. Gonna kind of literally just kind of thrust the bottle out into the air. To the golden chimera, to the gilded chimera.
I'm gonna hold up my little piece of cheese.
I'm gonna take a swig and kind of pass it to Erland.
I do take a big swig of it.
Erland, you haven't had
Clover?
much wine, but out of all the alcohol you have tasted in your entire life, maybe it's the sense of accomplishment of completing or at least evolving your tune further. Maybe it's the camaraderie, but this specific swig tastes substantially better than anything you've tasted.
And I just smile and start to play a jovial tune.
Do you hand it to Clover?
Oh yeah, sure. I hand it to somewhere. I can't play the instrument with one
Okay.
hand.
I'll give Erland my piece of cheese and then take the bottle with both hands and have a sip.
I shrug like,
It's most
okay, yeah, sure.
a substantial amount is missing, so you don't really have too much issue.
It's fine.
It is delicious. A little bit more fruity, but nonetheless, you appreciate a lot of the complexities that obviously went into this specific wine.
Nice.
And I'll kind of reach around Erland once you're done with it to get it back. Because obviously Erland has his hands full.
Yeah.
The night wanes as the music flows. Candles and other lights are eventually brought out to accommodate for your time spent sitting in there, in the balcony area. Eventually, you all find yourselves, maybe it's the wine, maybe something else, drawn towards your rooms, and upon collapsing into the beds, the incredibly comfortable, fluffy as a pillow, or fluffy as a cloud level of beds, you find yourselves sinking off to a peaceful sleep. And that is where we're going to end
Okay.
tonight's session.
And can I just correct myself? Wine used to be 40% by volume, which means it was 80 proof.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm
So
still
that's
gonna.
40%.
I still stand by my my. Ardwin's
Your
drank a
call.
lot.
Oh yeah, I'm just
Um,
saying.
So,
That's why the Romans watered it
I
down
had
with
one-
seawater.
I had one question. Who still has the sword of disarming?
Oh yeah, that fucking dueling saber thing.
Am
Yeah.
I not?
thought-
I think I was carrying it for
I
you.
thought Erland was still carrying.
Yeah,
it for me.
I'm certain that Erland wasn't equipping it, but he
No,
kinda
I'm
had
not
it, like,
equipping
tucked in the
it.
wagon or
He's
something.
not equipping it, but he has it.
Okay. Are you guys planning on doing anything with that, or
No
Well,
idea.
Erland should probably wear that to the meeting tomorrow.
It's shiny.
Does it? It looks good, right?
it looks gorgeous?
Sure, I'll.
It's a noble's dueling saber. It's
Yeah, shit. Why not? Yeah, I'll wear it.
Yeah,
okay.
you have my absolute.
I ain't gonna
permission
use
to
it,
wear
I'll-
that and look fancy.
Yeah,
Yeah, as
I'll
soon
wear
as
it.
she
Look
hits the
fancy.
fan, he's literally just gonna take it off his belt and chuck it.
Because, like, if I tried to wear it to look fancy, I'd look ridiculous.
You could
It
wear it
would
on your
look like
back
you're
like Geralt
wearing
of
a-
Rivia.
It would
I was
stab
gonna say,
into the
it looked
ground.
like she's like wearing a Schweihanda.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be fantastic. Wear it sideways so you can't walk through doors.
Like a dog carrying a stick. to the
Well, no,
ceiling.
she'd be able to walk
Exactly.
forward, but she
But
couldn't
just-
turn it all. Otherwise, you'd bang literally everything.
Yep.
Well,
Okay, only people in open spaces can attack me now. Or conversely, I do a spin attack, taking off the sword and just spinning in circles really fast.
Oh, we should get that like chopped
This
down
is a-
for you or something. That's what.
This is a fantastic idea, and I approve of it full-heartedly.
Oh man, that was a good session. I'm quite happy with
think
that.
you mean
That was
wholeheartedly.
It was a good RP heavy session, you know?
yeah,
Yeah,
Not
that was
like-
good. I like that.
It was
That
productive while still, yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. And honestly, did not go the way I was expecting.
How did you expect it to
What were you
go?
expecting?
Well, I honestly didn't think Hannah was.
Did you
gonna be able-
expect-
I was honestly not expecting Hannah to be able to get off to that strong of a start. I thought it was going to be a slow, like.
Did you expect me to fuck it all up?
No, I didn't.
Uh,
What I expected it to be was like this
No.
slow, like, reason on reason piling on top of it. If you guys were gonna go for the peaceful, or realizing what exactly had happened beforehand, you might abandon it or something like that. So the fact that like Hannah Clover was able to just like, and especially with that persuasion and just like the way you handled Kriya meshed so well.
Yay!
I'm like super fucking impressed because I even have it written like Kriya appreciates people who are forthright, honest, and open about their intentions.
That's like literally Clover as a character.
Which-
though.
And damn it,
Yeah.
Arwen, you completely ruined that evening's chat.
Not really.
Like, I was gonna ask some shit, and then it was like, all right, good night. It was like, fuck!
The C in the Truk stands for cock block, motherfucker.
You cock blocked like a son of a bitch. You know that, right?
Arwen the cock.
You
block
Yeah, you drunk bastard.
And I don't know if you've noticed, but Clover is the kind to be like, oh yeah, I can totally keep the secret. I will keep the secret with my life, and then be 100% honest the next time someone asks her a question.
Yeah, I was
honestly, I thought
so
that the
thankful
truth
that she
was
didn't
going
ask about the
to-
Sorry, what was that, Drew?
Well, okay, she didn't have a reason.
I
No
know.
one knows
I was
yet.
looking.
It's
I
only
was
been a day.
Looking for a reason for her to like start asking.
She's like,
about
why
that.
are they suspicious? And you're like, I don't know.
We're not suspicious, more just like, I swear to God, you magical motherfucker, do not
She-
do anything.
Okay, to get this is above table. You cannot. You
Excuse me.
cannot.
Metagame is the word
Metagame
you're
this?
looking for.
Priya and Lady Holly Sharp-Elige have 20 passive perception.
Jesus Christ!
Nothing
Fuck's
gets
sake.
past them.
Do you know what
So-
the
I'm trying, like, the entire time I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I was insanely perceptive and like good at reading things,
there's
Like-
that's perception, that's noticing it. Then there's the insight version of that.
yeah, well that was basically it. Is basically I'm like constantly rolling to be like, okay, would she be able to read far enough into this to ask these kind of questions? It's really tough. And
There is
playing-
actually a way to calculate, like use the way that they calculate passive perception, apply that to insight, and there you go.
So I just
I might
added
just
a
do
note
that.
to my notes.
You
that,
can- so
Lady
that way you
Holly
can
said, scratching out previously not present, it became just teleported into the house via tree.
Yes. Also, Drew, that's a fucking druid spell, right fucking there.
Your character
Trial-
wouldn't know that.
No, I know, but me as a player knows that. My character's like, holy shit, that was awesome. I want to know how to fucking do that. My player, me, is like, that's travel via plants.
To answer your question, you obviously know this. You obviously know this, but yeah, Lady Holly Sharp-Elige is an incredibly powerful druid.
Yeah, no shit. That's something that that I used to be able to do.
So yeah, no, it was
That, and also she's the powerful Doge of fucking Lamp City.
yeah.
I'm surprised that
she's,
she's a druid though. That's weird.
I know, right? Yeah, no, playing the two of them together is it's kind of fun, but it's also really challenging because Kriya, that voice, I basically have to start with a z sound to like remember the voice. Okay, so there's this thing. I'm not sure if you've ever noticed this, but during Critical Role and like for voice actors and stuff, they link the accent to a specific sound or word, and they use that word to regain the accent.
It's a great idea.
It is. It's also really challenging because I'm in the stage where I'm starting to get distinct voices, and to keep them from flowing into each other, I'm assigning different sounds and words. And so for Kriya, it's Z. So the moment that I put in the Z, I can go directly into the accent that involves this. Versus Lady Elige, I'm hesitant on assigning a specific word, simply because all I'm doing is I'm basically just dropping all, trying to drop all rasp from the voice and basically just turn it into the soft, flowing voice that I possibly can to try and emphasize exactly how, like, it's getting challenging. Oh. It's
Anyway,
getting so challenging. I love it. It's so good. Also, I'm so happy that you think Lady Elige is a bitch, because my god, was I trying so hard to make sure that point
It's
got
not
across.
like you were at all leaning.
oh, she's a
into that.
bitch.
You weren't at all
I'm
leaning.
having flashbacks into my immunology professor.
Like, good Christ, she's fucking awful.
Can't, like, I basically had to play it up to 11 to make sure that you guys got that feeling, because, like, yeah, it's like it's all or nothing with that. So, no, it'll be
God,
fun.
I hate her.
I
don't
love
hate her.
playing her. It's so fun. It's just, oh, because you know you have to have that smug confidence of just like, I am better than all of you put together, and trying to like convey that while not seeming like, you know, too pretentious at the same time. Oh, it's fun. I like her. She is a fun character. But no, really fucking good job tonight, guys. That was awesome.
It was fun.
Good for
very
us.
good. And I look
We
forward
have a
to...
name.
You do. The Gilded Chimera is pretty fucking hardcore. I like that. As a matter of fact, you know what we should do?
What?
2 things. 1,
Get a cake with a name on it.
I can't eat cake.
you can't? Why not?
Dairy and gluten, my friend.
Oh.
Oh.
Why do you think I'm living out my best life and having bread and cheese in D&D?
Suddenly makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
So Clover all of a sudden is just like, hi, please hand me some Gouda and some sourdough or get the fuck out. I'm living vicariously and let me be.
That is hilarious, and I love it. And this is now my favorite thing that you. This is now my favorite thing about Clover. Why did you
That's
make
fantastic.
why did you make this character? I wanted to live vicariously.
D&D, oh, you mean like be a hero? No, eat bread. I wanted to eat bread.
Ouch.
Leave me alone.
Boom.
There you go.
It's good.
Sorry, I was laughing at a hockey meme. 1 second.
All right. Well, you guys have a peace talk next week. Of all
So
things,
fun. We're
So-
so great at that.
or you'll be fine. All right.
I'm not.